Yo, look at this storm front. Look how beautiful that is. Oh my god, I've never seen such beautiful front in my life. Look at the contrast. Yo, look at this storm front. Look how beautiful that is. Oh my god, I've never seen such beautiful front in my life. Look at the contrast.
new severe thunderstorm warning. Expires in 5 minutes. I think my family's in shelter, honestly. Even in a tornadic, the straight line winds from this would be incredible.
Breton Sound, Chandler Sound, coastal waters from Bootsville Lock to southwest pass of the Mississippi River out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 10:47 a.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Nearship Island to 12 nautical miles southwest of Breton Sound, moving east at 25 knots. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater and large hail. Source, radar. Impact, expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats could sustain damage or capsize. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Return to safe harbor if possible. Large hail could result in injury and damage to boats, vessels, and oil rigs. Locations impacted include Philatown, Chandler Sound, Breton Sound, Pascagoula, and Horn Island. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. Frequent lightning is occurring with these storms. If caught on the open water, stay below deck if possible. Keep away from ungrounded metal objects. Report severe weather to the Coast Guard or the National Weather Service. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. This is a special weather statement for the following areas: in Alabama, Baldwin Central, Baldwin Inland.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to another. Just down a little bit. There we go. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to another severe weather live stream. We are here today covering the severe weather outbreak, possible severe weather outbreak in much of the southern United States. In fact, if you give me a second, I will bring this up on this screen. As you can see, this is all of the areas that we are expecting possible severe weather today. So we got the southern tip of Texas, much of Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi. Areas such as that are all areas where there is a potential for severe weather today. As you can see, we have 4 slight risk areas, all shaded in yellow there. And then if we zoom back out, we also have 2 tornado risk areas, including a 5% risk. And those are in Florida and the surrounding area. And then also up near Little Rock and Jackson, Mississippi, that area, there's another tornado threat. I believe it just updated, actually. We have 3 areas for damaging wind threat, including the southern tip of Texas, up near the Dakotas, actually, too. And then the same area of Florida, Mississippi, and that area. And then the story is basically the same with hail, except for there is nothing up near the Dakotas. So that is what I will be covering today. We will be discussing all of the severe thunderstorm warnings that come up, all of the special weather statements, all of the marine warnings, anything that we see that pops up here on radar, we will discuss. I will be kind of popping in and out. I will be, coming on screen as I see needed. You also see me on my phone a lot, monitoring the stream. We have 3 Earth cams up on screen. There is one in New Orleans. I believe there's one in Florida. I set these up like 2 hours ago, so I can't remember the exact locations, but you can see them on screen. Give me 1 second, y'all. Just trying to fix things on the phone. Yeah, so we got one at the Mississippi River in Nashville, and I think it's in Florida too. So all of those are areas that we are monitoring with cameras. We have the Storm Prediction Center outlooks below me there. You can see them cycling through. And then you can also see the information about the scanner, where we are listening to. We are currently turned into KEC 61, the mobile area National Weather Service radio. And then off to my right there, we have the Radar Omega screen running on a separate computer to save some resources. And you can see we can move this around. On this side, so that would be the right side of the screen, is the high-res reflectivity. So that is just, your standard radar that shows what you normally look at in most radar apps. And then we have the velocity scan, high-res velocity, on the left side of the screen. I can change that as needed. Let's say I wanted to view the correlation coefficient. We could switch it to that. It takes a little second to load, and then that loads in. Let's see, I wanted to see the base reflectivity. I could bring that up and see that as well. So that is that. If you want to get this radar app, I am not sponsored. I am not affiliated in any way besides being a paid subscriber to the service. It is called Radar Omega. You can check out the link in the description and get it for yourself. Again, I am not sponsored by them. I would not be opposed to a sponsorship if they do want to sponsor me. But that is that. Now let's see, I believe they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. I believe. Is this the new one? Yes, so a new severe thunderstorm warning for Santa Rosa County and Escambia County in northwestern Florida, with 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch radar-indicated hail. You can also hear in the background of me, we have the scanner. I'm just trying to listen to make sure everything sounds good. Alright, I think I can turn it up a tiny bit. So, there is severe thunderstorm warnings popping up. Again, I will be hopping in and out of chat as needed. I'll be muting my mic, putting my camera away, just leaving y'all with this. If I need to show you something, I can do so on the model screen. And also, if anyone wants to ask any questions that I might not notice in chat, or submit any weather photos if you are in our severe area today, you can tag me on Twitter. My Twitter is... I honestly forget my Twitter handle. 1 second.
Bon Secours, Somerdale, and Alberta. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building.
My internet is slow.
Warning remains in effect until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama.
But yeah, if you have any submissions or anything you want me to show on stream,
Mobile, Alabama.
we can show that with your permission, obviously. If you give me permission on Twitter, you tag me. My handle is HuskyWX_media with a capital H, WX capital, and a capital M. You can tag me on there. Also, I recommend following me on Twitter. I have a very active Twitter page. I post when severe warnings pop up when I'm not live, and I try to be active with my community on there. So I'd appreciate a follow there. And of course, you can submit things, and we will show them on stream if you want to. If you do submit something, though, please leave your location, the location that you're most comfortable with on, and that's most accurate to the photo on the post, and how you would wish to be credited, and we will do that. One thing I also want to mention is on these Earth cams, occasionally you will see ads. Those ads are not controlled by me. I do not see any of that revenue, but EarthCam does allow us to view these cams and use these cams on streams for free with just credit on screen and credit in a description, so I cannot complain because it is high quality footage with temperature and location. I can't complain about getting those for free and a couple ads here and there. I do apologize about the ads though. Again, it is out of my control. I am not monetized on this channel. I make no money from these streams. The only money I can make from these streams is if you guys check the links in the description or the links in chat through Nightbot and donate. That is the only way I get any money from these streams.
Locations impacted include Gator Island, Pinto Island, Sand Island Lighthouse, Farewell Buoy, Middle Bay Light, Mississippi Sound east of
I lost my cursor. There it is.
Park, Weeks Bay, Dog River Bridge, and Central Dauphin Island. Repeating, a special marine warning
Sorry, just making sure
until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight. Following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay,
cool.
Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida.
So you can see these storm tracks are kind of all over the place. That's what on radar here you see these white lines. Those are the storm tracks, which is the way they project the storm to go. So if I turn on the scan here, you can see that storm moving that direction. There's a storm moving that way. But they're kind of moving all over the place. It's not a very structured system. I definitely say there's a severe threat here. You know, these thunderstorms will be severe. You will see hail. You will see high winds. It is possible. I feel like more of the tornadic threat is going to be in Florida later today, if I had to guess. I would not be surprised seeing a couple tornado warnings pop up at all. And then there is also a tornado threat up near Little Rock too. It is only a 2% chance. It is nothing major or severe today. I think most people aren't even live today. But because of those people not being live and because there was still a severe threat, I wanted to go live myself just to cover this, give people an outlet to be able to get warnings and things like that.
Locations impacted include Lawtown, Chandler Sound, Breton Sound, Pascagoula, and Horn Island.
So we're going to turn this, I want to check out the DBZ here, which I'm honestly not too good at explaining things like this, but essentially the higher, from my understanding, the higher the number of DBZ, the more intense the storm is. So you can kind of get an example. Everyone kind of has a basic understanding of how radar works and the colors. So like the grays and light greens is very light rain, and then you get the reds, purples, blues, that is really heavy bands of rain. And you can kind of see here, if I move this over here, the numbers are super low to nothing. And then as I move it to more oranges and reds, the numbers get higher. So the higher the number, it's a good indication of a very I believe it has something to do with the precipitation. Again, I'm not entirely sure, so I'm not going to comment too much on what it means. But I just know to look for high numbers if I'm looking for a severe storm. I think the highest I've seen on here is 57. And it was a 53 there. We also have this storm over here. There we go, like a 58. Last night there was a storm that was like 72 or 77 dBz. And it was producing grapes, or what's that? Grapefruit size hail. So like softball size hail is absolutely nuts. So if anyone's wondering why I have velocity up, in my opinion, it is a lot easier to see tornadic storms on velocity, which I will show you if we end up getting a tornado or tornado warning. That is an obvious hook echo. It's also extremely easy to see rotation on velocity. In fact, speaking of rotation, hey, you see this right here? It's tornado possible tag on this thunderstorm warning. Well, reason I clicked on that to check was because if you look right here, right where that red and green are kind of coming together, you guys can't see that. I'll have to bring up the drawing tool. So right here, right where that red and green is coming together, watch those colors as they move and notice how they kind of turn counterclockwise. That is indicative of a rotating storm, obviously. So a tornado possible tag on a severe thunderstorm warning makes sense. You can see, again, tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and nickel-sized hail. So the hail isn't too intense. It's not a major hail core. And this is for 𝕤𝕐𝕚 County in Florida, if you were wondering. But yeah, there is definitely a tornadic cell there. It's definitely something to be keeping an eye on if you live in that area. Personally, I would take shelter just as a precaution, even if there isn't a tornado on the ground. It's still 60-mile-an-hour winds, it's still hail, it's still very heavy rain, and there is frequent lightning with this, so you can see a lot of lightning popping up. And if we look on the reflectivity here, you can see there is some darker purples starting to pop up in this cell. And we are going to click off for a second because they just reissued a severe thunderstorm warning. So severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for 𝕤𝕐𝕚 County. And at 11:52 Central Daylight Time, the severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles northeast of Baker, moving east at 20. So it's not a very fast-moving storm, which means there's definitely going to be a flash flooding potential too. It's not moving extremely quickly, so it gives more time for those really heavy rain bands to just dump down on the area. And the hazard is 60-mile-per-hour winds, 60-mile wind gust, and nickel-sized hail. Locations impacted include Laurel Hill. So if you're in Laurel Hill, Florida, in 𝕤𝕐𝕚 County, definitely be prepared for potential flash flooding, nickel-sized hail, and high wind gusts. I know Florida is no stranger to severe weather, but it is definitely something to still be keeping an eye on. And just stay weather aware. You know, there's no shame in getting in a shelter, you know what I mean? There's no shame in being overprepared. I'd rather people be overprepared than underprepared, and it's kind of the reason I do these streams. Even on days when this threat isn't super significant, it still helps to just give people that extra bit of warning. You know, yeah, you get these warnings on your phone, you'll see, oh, okay, there's gonna be a thunderstorm, you know, you brush it off. Because most of the time when you get these severe thunderstorm warnings, at least on most phones, it won't tell you, hey, there's a tornado possible as well. It won't show you the fact that, hey, look at velocity, you can see rotation on this storm. So you might just brush it off and then be caught off guard if a tornado warning does in fact end up getting issued. So even on days like this where the tornado threat is decently low, it's still there, but it's decently low, and it's really a severe thunderstorm threat, I still feel it necessary for someone like myself or a more professional person to go live and just cover this. Now, I did want to mention I am not from this area. I am actually from New Jersey. I am set up in New Jersey right now. This whole, I guess you want to call it my bedroom / office, is in New Jersey, southern New Jersey. I have never been to Florida, so I can't talk from experience of what these areas are like, how often they experience severe weather. I can't speak on that. I can only speak on what I'm seeing in this data, on radar, and any other media outlets I can access myself. I am also not a meteorologist and have no degree or anything like that in meteorology. I am an amateur storm chaser, a very amateur forecaster, and I know just about as much as the next person when it comes to storms. I like weather a lot, and I like studying weather. So I use my knowledge and what I do know about storms and weather to help inform the public. That is what I do. But I always recommend getting a second opinion. If you're hearing something from me, get a second opinion. Feel free. There's hundreds of weather apps available on mobile devices, on computers. Again, I highly recommend if you're looking for a radar service, Radar Omega. That is a radar service you were seeing on that way, actually, on screen, just to my right. It is paid. You do pay at least once. But, again, I'm not sponsored by them. I just really highly recommend their service. So, we'll be keeping an eye on this cell. Definitely keeping an eye on that. I want to take a look at these cells down here, too. I've noticed a little bit of stuff on velocity here. It's a little hard to tell because of all of the lightning. But I would say that storm has minor rotation, but I don't even think there's a tornado possible tag on this storm. Yeah, there's no tornado possible tag. Still be weather aware if you live near Pensacola, but I am still more worried about this 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐 County storm here. There is still obvious rotation on velocity there. It's not super intense rotation. It's not a very tight couplet. I wouldn't say it's tornado on the ground. I mean, I can't say that for certain, but it doesn't appear that way. Although I would not be surprised, and I'm honestly surprised they haven't already. If I was National Weather Service, I would have extended this polygon here, like right here. I believe, I wouldn't be surprised if we see one pop up there, for sure, but it would make sense to me if they put a severe thunderstorm warning over here, because you can see that storm is kind of starting to make a northeastern turn there. It was originally tracked of going more eastern, but it's definitely turning to the north a bit.
And the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay area, and coastal waters.
There's also this massive,
Mississippi,
just wall of rain pushing onto the shore here near Santa Rosa Beach and Panama City Beach. We have a special marine warning here. Let's take a look at that.
Remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later
Trying to see what kind of, let's see, 34 mile an hour knots. 34 knots or greater and small hail. So there is some decent winds associated with this storm here. And that is tracking to the northeast as well, towards Interstate 10 there. So if you're traveling on Interstate 10, what is that, near Bonifay, Chipley, in that area, just be prepared for a strong band of rain moving into the area. New warnings being issued, so we're going to listen to the radio here for a second.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Pensacola Bay Area, including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, South Mobile Bay, until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:56 a.m.
Yes, I was just talking about that area, Pensacola. So they are saying it's capable of producing water spouts, which does not surprise me. And we just had a flash flood. I believe it's going to be a warning. Yeah, flash flood warning issued. There's a flash flood warning for Baldwin County in Alabama and Escambia County in Florida. Flash flooding caused by thunderstorms, and it is indicated on radar. And these are the areas that will be impacted. I'll leave this on screen here for a second so you can read that. But obviously, if you were in a low-lying area in those counties, seek higher ground, if safe to do so. And turn around, don't drown, do not drive through flooded roadways or areas like that. It only takes 6 inches of water to push a vehicle off a road, and it can be as little as 1 foot of water to float a vehicle. So never drive through flooded roadways. You never know how deep it really is, and it doesn't take that much to push a vehicle off a roadway with water.
For the following areas, Breton Sound, Chandler Sound,
I'm going to take a look back here at this cell. It appears to be tightening up on velocity a little bit near Laurel Hill, just north of Crestview, and to the northeast of Baker, near Highway 85, and just south of the National Forest there. It wouldn't surprise me to see a radar-indicated tornado warning pop up on this cell. Like I said, it's definitely rotating, and they do have a tornado possible tag on a severe thunderstorm warning still. But we will see. We'll see if they extend that severe thunderstorm warning. I have a feeling they will. But it is definitely popping off, y'all. There's a lot of rain. There's definitely going to be a lot of flash flood warnings. I can tell that now, just from looking at the amount of rain in the storm. It's not extremely severe. These are just really heavy clouds. There's a lot of moisture in these clouds. So you're gonna have a lot of rain. And as they just said in the weather radio, there is frequent cloud ground lightning occurring with these storms. You can be struck by lightning up to 10 miles away from a storm. And there's even been reports of just sometimes lightning striking. I've seen some reports of over 30 miles away from a storm. It is possible. So even if you think it might be lightning, you're not entirely sure, you should still shelter. We have a new warning coming out here.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for
there you go, there's the flash flood warning.
County in southwestern Alabama, south central 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕖 County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight
They were a little
Time.
behind on that one.
Noon Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the
I'm trying to
warned
figure out
area.
where the best radar site is.
Ongoing or expected
We're
to
gonna
begin
switch
shortly.
to KEOX from KEVX.
Hazard, flash flooding caused
Oh,
by
they just
thunderstorms.
reissued
Source,
the severe
radar.
thunderstorm warning in
Impact,
Tuscaloosa.
flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas,
A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect
streets, and
for
other
Santa
passes, as well
Rosa
as other poor
and
drainage
Escambia
low-lying
County,
areas. Some
with
locations that will
wind
experience
gusts
flash
up to
flooding
60
include
mile an hour and
Pensacola, Cherry Pass,
$half
Brett,
sized
West
hail.
Pensacola, Hensley,
And these are the
Warrington,
locations
Gonzales,
impacted.
Foley,
You can
Dooley,
expect
Lillian,
damage to
Myrtle
vehicles
Grove,
and wind
Magnolia
damage to
Springs,
roofs, siding, and
Montefiore,
trees.
Somerdale,
That is pretty
Perdido
standard
Beach,
with these warnings.
Alberta, Mifflin, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads.
You can see this storm back here, just to the west of Pensacola, sorry. Pensacola, I don't know. I'm not from Florida. Over here near Foley, they has an 1.2 inch radar indicated hail core. So something to keep an eye on there. And there we go. We just had a 1.5 inch radar indicated hail core report on this Pensacola storm. I'm still probably butchering that name. I apologize if I am.
National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated a strong thunderstorm over Alberta, or 5 miles east of Foley, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard, winds in excess of 40 miles
Oh,
per hour.
wow. Okay, we just had a big update there. Now we have over 2-inch hail. 2.2 inch hail over this storm. You can see all of those reports coming in here. And a lot of lightning, too. This is probably the... I know Florida is known as, like, the lightning capital of the world, but this is some of the most lightning I have ever seen on radar like this. So frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, if you are in this area, if you are right here, I'm going to draw it out on the map here for you.
The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect.
So if you are this area and anywhere to the north and east, definitely advised to take shelter. There is decently large hail reported with this storm. As you can see, 2.2 inch hail core. And you can see those darker purples and those pinks there on radar. So it's very heavy rain mixed with that hail. I'm not seeing any light blues yet, but I would not be surprised if those are coming very soon. And you're also in a flash flood warning as well. So you're having flash flooding caused by these thunderstorms, a lot of hail, high wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour. It is definitely pretty bad in Pensacola.
The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire.
I believe they just
However,
dropped
gusty
the
winds and heavy
severe
rain are
warning.
still possible with this thunderstorm. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 2 p.m. Central
I could be
Daylight Time
wrong.
for southwestern
The one we were looking
Alabama.
at earlier that had
The
the
severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for the following
rotation.
counties: Baldwin, Alabama.
Yeah, because I think it was
This is a
right
special weather
here.
statement for the following areas in Alabama, Baldwin Central and Baldwin Coastal, and in Florida.
Yeah, so they
Escambia
dropped a
Coastal.
severe
A
thunderstorm
strong
warning on this.
thunderstorm will impact portions
I
of southeastern
personally
Baldwin and
don't
south
agree with
central
that.
Escambia counties through
You can still
12:45
see
p.m.
it's
Central Daylight
it's
Time.
rotating very
At noon
minorly,
Central Daylight
so
Time,
rotation's
National
definitely
Weather Service
decreased.
Doppler radar indicated a
But
strong
just
thunderstorm
from
over
the
Alberta
flash
for
flooding
5 miles
potential
east of
alone
Foley,
and the high
moving
winds,
east at
I'm
25
surprised they
miles per
didn't
hour.
keep the
Hazard, winds in excess
severe
of 40
thunderstorm
miles
warning on
per
it.
hour and half-inch hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, gusty winds could knock down trillions and blow around unsecured
Florida
objects.
is still looking pretty good on the panhandle. No warnings popping up yet. We do have some rain starting to push onto
Lillian, Myrtle
the
Grove,
northern
Perdido
part of
Beach,
the
and
panhandle.
Alberta. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect
Actually,
until 2 p.m.
here's my
Central
question.
Daylight Time for
Is this
southwestern
part of
Alabama and northwestern Florida.
Is this considered a panhandle?
The following
I'm trying to
is a
figure that
summary
out.
of
Hold
watches,
up.
warnings, and advisories in effect. A special marine warning has been issued until 12.
I'm not sure. I always forget if it's this northern part of Florida that's considered the panhandle, or if it's this more peninsula part of Florida. So if anyone in chat knows the answer to that, feel free to let me know and correct me if I'm wrong.
Mississippi Sound, Alabama.
But this peninsula part of Florida is in the clear for now. Although we still have that slight risk area around here. In fact, you can see it right there.
Following marine locations, South Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay area, and coastal
Sorry.
waters from Pensacola, Florida.
My throat's drying out from talking so damn much.
20 nautical miles. A special marine warning remains in effect until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula.
You can see the slight risk area here.
20 nautical miles. A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following
Heavy thunderstorms are possible. Damaging winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes will be possible.
Daylight time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama.
Hail and winds are the primary concern with this activity.
Baldwin, Alabama.
Alright, so that's nothing too concerning.
2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. Rip current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile
Orlando's
Coastal.
in the clear, so we're all good there.
Weather Radio.
Give me one second, I
Mobile,
got
Pensacola
to fix
National
something
Weather
on
Service. 12:09 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The severe thunderstorm
Occasionally,
warning
once
for
these Earth cams
Central
run for a while, they
Baldwin
ask you if
County
you're still
will expire
watching, so you gotta
12:15 p.m. Central
interact
Daylight
with
Time.
them, let them know you're still
Storm which
watching.
prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits.
And of course, we're gonna get ads now,
Therefore,
but that's
the
alright.
warning will be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible with this thunderstorm. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Alabama. Repeating, the severe thunderstorm warning
Alright,
is
y'all.
allowed to expire for the
So
following
I'm gonna
counties:
take a little break
Baldwin,
here, let
Alabama.
my mouth
The National Weather Service in Mobile has
moisten up a
issued
little bit.
flash flood
Everything's all
warning for
dried out from
southern
talking so
Baldwin
much.
County in southwestern Alabama.
So I will hop
South
back
Central
in
Escambia County
if
in
we get
northwestern
any
Florida
tornado
until
possible
3 p.m.
tags
Central
or any
Daylight
mystery
Time.
thunderstorm warnings.
At noon
But for right
Central
now, I'm
Daylight
gonna close
Time,
off my
Doppler radar
webcam.
indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area.
And
Between 2 and 4 inches of rain
let me
have
see
fallen.
real quick.
Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are
I'm gonna
possible
close off
in the
my
warned
webcam
area.
and mute my mic, turn up the radio,
Flooding is ongoing
and just let y'all
warning
listen to that for a few
begins
minutes
shortly.
while I catch my breath a
Includes
little
the
bit.
Highway 98 corridor. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola, Ensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Foley, Goulding, Lillian, Myrtle Grove, Magnolia Springs, Bon Secour, Somerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Mifflin, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, Escambia, Florida. A special marine warning remains in effect until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For the following areas: Breton Sound, Chandler Sound, coastal waters from Bootsville Lock to southwest pass of the Mississippi River out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound at 11:57 a.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from Petty Boy Pass to 19 nautical miles east of Breton Sound, moving east at 25 knots. Hazard: waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and small hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats could sustain damage or capsize. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Return to safe harbor if possible. Locations impacted include Pilatown. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. Move to safe harbor immediately as gusty winds and high waves are expected. Frequent lightning is occurring with these storms. If caught on the open water, stay below deck if possible. Keep away from ungrounded metal objects. Report severe weather to the Coast Guard or the National Weather Service. Repeating, a special marine warning remains in effect until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: Mississippi Sound and coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for Pensacola Bay Area, including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:09 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a strong thunderstorm was located over Perdido Pass, moving northeast at 25 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to 40 knots and small hail. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Perdido Bay, Lillian Bridge, Arnica Bay and Escambia Bay Bridge. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. Frequent lightning is occurring with this storm. If caught on the open water, stay below deck if possible. Keep away from ungrounded metal objects. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 12:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: Perdido Bay Area and Pensacola Bay Area, including Santa Rosa Sound. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station KEC 61 from Mobile, Alabama. We broadcast on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:21 a.m. Central Daylight Time, a strong thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located over western Dauphin Island, moving east at 35 knots. Hazard, waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and small hail. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Gator Island, Kinto Island, Sand Island Lighthouse, Farewell Buoy, Middle Bay Light, Mississippi Sound east of Pascagoula, Battleship Park, Weeks Bay, Dog River Bridge, and Central Dauphin Island. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay Area including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, South Mobile Bay, until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:56 a.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Wolf Bay to near Bonsucker Bay to near Farewell Buoy to 11 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass, moving east at 25 knots. Hazard, waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and small hail. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Arnica Bay, Pensacola Bay, Big Lagoon, West Santa Rosa Sound, Pensacola Beach, Pensacola Pass, Perdido Bay, Fort Pickens, Bonsucker Bay, and Farewell Buoy. Repeating. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical miles, until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Farewell Buoy to 36 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass, moving east at 45 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Oriskany Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Southwest pass of the Mississippi River from 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles, until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:17 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from 25 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass to 13 nautical miles southeast of Town, moving east at 35 knots. Hazard, waters or greater, and small hail. Source, radar. Impact, that waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats could sustain damage or capsize. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Return to safe harbor if possible. Severe thunderstorms will remain over mainly open waters. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. Boaters should seek safe harbor immediately until these storms pass. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater, small hail, high waves, dangerous lightning, and heavy rain are possible with these storms. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay area, South Mobile Bay, until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:56 a.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Wool Bay to near Montsecret to near Farewell Buoy to 11 nautical miles.
So they just reissued a severe thunderstorm warning. So give me 1 second while I turn back on my camera here.
Wind gusts 34 knots or greater and small hail. Source, radar.
There we go. Alright, so they just reissued a severe thunderstorm warning over Panama City. So we were going to take a look at that real quick. We got 1.25 inch hail and less than 50-mile-an-hour winds, so I'd say the severe threat is really decreasing.
Fort Pickens, Bon Secours Bay, and Farewell Buoy.
Severe thunderstorm warning for central, let's see,
until
Bay County, Walton County, Washington County, all in the panhandle of Florida. Okay, so that is the panhandle. That's what I thought.
waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi.
Moving east at 50, so they're actually moving fairly quickly. $half sized hail, and these are the locations impacted.
Florida to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles.
Yeah, honestly, I think the severe threat is, at least in this area, really dying out. I mean, there's a severe threat over the waters still, but it just feels like it's really dying out. Although there is a radar indicated. See, when was this? This was about 5 minutes ago. 3.5-inch hail core reported on this storm. This was reported literally right as it was coming on the coast onto Rosemary Beach, Panama City Beach, that area, crossing Interstate 98, or Highway 98, I believe that is.
Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Hurricane Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida.
So definitely keep an eye on that cell,
waters from Pensacola, Florida,
especially with the 3.5-inch hail core.
20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line Florida to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida.
These storms are starting to push into Georgia and things like that.
New Orleans has issued a special marine warning for.
Real quickly, I want to take a look at
Mississippi River out 20 nautical miles.
This page here. Nope. My camera's turned off.
Coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi
Fix that real quick.
Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles.
There we go. So you can see this is the Storm Prediction Center's thunderstorm outlook, and we have this area of red, so it's a 70% chance of thunderstorms in the Tallahassee area, which has definitely come to fruition. We also had this area up here near the Dakotas, but I'm also currently, there's no mesoscale discussions that I'm aware of. Yeah, so no severe thunderstorms, winter weather, there's no mesoscale discussions at all.
And capsize boats, damaged vessels and oil rigs, increase suddenly higher waves.
Another thing I wanted to look at was the convection outlooks.
Expect wind gusts in excess of 34
So this is the current day one still.
Boats could sustain damage or capsize. Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets.
Let me see if they've
Return to
updated
safe
it.
harbor if possible. Severe thunderstorms will remain over mainly open waters.
No, not really.
Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. Boaters should seek
I'd
safe
definitely
harbor
say the threat has
immediately until these
decreased,
storms
though.
pass. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Small hail, high waves, dangerous lightning, and heavy rain are possible with these storms. Repeating,
Taking
a
a look.
special marine warning has been issued at
So there is a severe thunderstorm watch.
marine location, coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. This is a special weather statement for the following areas: in Alabama,
You can see that
Baldwin
there.
Central and Baldwin Coastal, and in Florida, Escambia Coastal. A strong thunderstorm will impact portions of southeastern Baldwin and south central Escambia counties through 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
And here are the
At noon Central
probabilities.
Daylight Time,
So
National Weather
very
Service
low
radar
chance of
indicated a
tornadoes,
strong thunderstorm
moderate
over
chance
Alberta, or 5
of
miles east of
wind,
Foley, moving east at 25 miles per
and a
hour.
moderate chance of hail.
Hazard. Wind
Combined probability is 70%. We'll go ahead and switch back to radar here.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern
I apologize for the scanner being a little fuzzy there.
Until 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:26 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 2 miles west of Perdido Beach to 4
Oh,
miles
we have a
south
tornado
of
warning, folks. We do have a tornado warning.
Hazard, 60
So let's get that
miles per hour
on
wind
screen here.
Source, radar indicated. Impact.
There is,
Expected
in
damage.
fact, a tornado warning.
Locations impacted include Pensacola, Brent, West Pensacola, Warrington, Orange Beach, Boone, Lillian, 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐,
Where is that
Alberta, and
at?
Pensacola Beach. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 1
There we
p.m.
go, let's get that
Central
on
Daylight Time
screen.
for the following county: Baldwin,
So we do
Alabama,
have a tornado
Cashapp,
warning.
Florida.
It's an observed tornado warning.
This is a special weather statement for
The
the following areas.
National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for West Central Bay County in the Panhandle of Florida. At 12:29 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located over Panama City Beach, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard, damaging tornado and ping pong ball-sized hail. Source, public has confirmed a tornado.
Thunderstorm over Alberta for 5 miles east at Foley, moving east at 25 miles per hour.
This tornadic thunderstorm will remain
Winds in excess
over
of
mainly
40
rural
miles
areas
per
of
hour.
West Central Bay County, including the following locations: West Bay and Gulf Resort Beach. So we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground in that area. We're gonna pull up velocity here, see if we can't see it
West
on
Pensacola,
velocity.
Lillian, 𝕤𝕤𝕓𝕐, Perdido Beach, and Alberta. If outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. A severe
The velocity loaded in here. Yeah, you can definitely see it there on velocity.
time for southwest.
I guarantee if I'll get that running, you'll see the rotation there on radar.
Following weather reports were made at noon. Mobile Regional Airport.
It would not surprise me if this started as a water spout and has now moved onto shore. It's very possible this could dissipate extremely quickly. It also could not. This was the storm we were seeing these larger hail core reports of 3.2 inches. 3.2 inch hail reported on this core.
The temperature was 68 degrees.
But yeah, we do have an observed tornado warning. Expires in 13 minutes. And again, this is for West Central Bay County, the Panhandle of Florida, located over Panama City. Panama City Beach. So considering it was on a beach, it is likely that that was a water spout. I cannot say for certain. But water spouts can still be very dangerous. We saw a video very recently in Florida of a woman getting knocked over on Hollywood Beach, Florida, from a water spout. So definitely not something to take lightly, especially with these with the ping pong ball size hail too.
South Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay area, and coastal waters nautical miles. A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin.
Sounds like they just issued a new
A special marine
flash
warning has been
flood
issued
warning
until
too.
1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal
Yeah, there's a new
waters
flash
from
flood
Pensacola,
warning
Florida, Mississippi, out 20
right
nautical
here.
miles, and waters from Pensacola, Florida,
Flash flood
to
warning
Pascagoula,
for
Mississippi, extending from
Escambia
20
County
nautical miles to 50
and
nautical
Santa Rose
miles.
County in Florida.
A special marine warning has been issued until 1:45
And it's flash
p.m.
flooding
Central
caused
Daylight
by
Time for the following
thunderstorms, and the
marine
source is
locations:
radar.
coastal waters
There is
from
the locations.
Mississippi
So
to
obviously, as I mentioned before, if you were in those locations, just be weather aware. Do not drive through bleh. English isn't my strong point, obviously. Don't drive through flooded roadways.
Until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight
I
Time
don't know
for the
what is wrong
following
with my
county:
phone.
Baldwin, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. A special marine
we
warning
go.
remains in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For the following areas: coastal waters from Bootsville.
So yeah, we do still have this tornado warning here. Still marked as observed. to be a decently populated area.
At 12:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing whiteouts were located along the line extending from 21
But there is definitely, there's this highway running
There
through
will
here
be
too. There's
21
Highway
nautical miles.
98.
Moving east at 35 knots.
388 is also in the path of this, as well as 79. There's frequent lightning, a 3.2-inch hail core has been recorded, and according to the newest track, it is tracking northeast towards Fountain, towards... There's no town names popping up. Just to the west of Lynnhaven, Vicksburg. There appears to be an airport also in this tornado warning. Just to the west of Florida Beach, to the northwest of Florida Beach.
Thunderstorms will remain over mainly open waters. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes.
So obviously, if you are in this polygon, always respect the polygon. It is so vitally important that it is respected and that you are weather aware. If you are in a tornado warning, it is, you need to take shelter now, essentially. So if you are in this warning, take shelter immediately. Again, this is an observed tornado. That means there is a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado is located over Panama City Beach. Moving at 25 miles an hour.
Until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. A special marine warning has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: South Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay.
So we will keep watching this storm as it pushes onto the coast. There is obvious rotation on velocity. However, I am personally not seeing this tornado too well in velocity. It is possible this is not showing up all that well. There is a lot in that area.
Until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi.
There's still a 3.2-inch hail core reported on this tornadic storm. So even if the tornado has lifted, which I'm not saying it has, but if it has, you still have that hail threat and that wind threat with this storm.
Special marine warning remains in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to State Island, down 20 nautical miles. A flood advisory has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
There's also a flood advisory in effect for much of the viewing area due to these thunderstorms.
Until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. Rip current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal.
Sorry, I'm checking things on my phone too, y'all.
No weather radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 12:36 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central Escambia County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned
Considering
area.
they haven't extended this and it expires in 7 minutes, I would imagine they're going to let it expire. They'll probably extend the severe thunderstorm warning based on the hail core and the winds. I also would not be surprised to see a flash flood warning issued for this area, particularly like right here. I would imagine there's probably a lot of flash flooding happening there. And honestly, here too, you have very strong rain, the epicenter being like right here in that tornado warning box. So if you are in the tornado warning, which if you cannot see it, tornado warning is right here. if you are in that warning there, it is so important that you take shelter. There we go. We have a 4-inch hail core report. And that is from 4 minutes ago. So 4 minutes ago, or less, actually. No, that is after 7 minutes ago. 7 minutes ago, we had a 4-inch hail core report coming from this storm, which is now right over just to the north of Florida Beach. And it's heading straight towards Vicksburg. So if you are in this area, if you are in the West Bay area near North Arnold Road, Gulf Resort Beach, Connector Road, or the Don Johnson Memorial Highway, near where it injects with North Arnold Road, you need to be taking shelter. This is not a storm to be messing around with that size hail. That is essentially baseball size hail. That will destroy your windshield, that will destroy your car, that has the potential to kill you if you were hit on the head by a hailstone that size. So it is not something to be taken lightly.
Coastal waters from Stake Island blocked southwest pass of the Mississippi River from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles.
And then again, obviously we still have that tornado warning for a confirmed tornado on the ground. It expires in 4 minutes. And again, this was a confirmed tornado over Panama City Beach, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour.
Moving east at 35 knots. Hazard, water spouts, wind gusts to 40 knots. Source, radar indicated. Impact, water spouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats could sustain damage or...
So this storm is going to be, according to the recent tracks, passing just to the south of Vicksburg and just to the north of Restora Beach and Lynnhaven. Is going to cross directly over Highway 77 in between Vicksburg and Lynnhaven.
Small hail, high waves, dangerous lightning, and heavy rain are possible with these storms.
And they are calling for dangerous lightning with these storms.
Until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location, coastal waters.
I'd imagine this tornado warning is about to expire, and they have not extended it yet. They still might.
Weather Service in Mobile has issued
Now.
from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, until 12:45.
We will continue to watch these storms as more hail reports come in, and basically up until this tornado warning disappears.
Moving east at 35 knots.
If they don't reissue this warning, I will probably go back to being silent for a little bit and just let y'all watch radar. Because again, talking this much, it does start to hurt your throat.
Small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds. Locations impacted include Gator Island, Tinsel Island, Sand Island Lighthouse, Farewell Buoy, Middle Bay Light, Mississippi Sound east of Pascagoula, Battleship Park, Weeks Bay, Dog River Bridge, and Central Dauphin Island. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 12:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following
Had to
marine
fix
locations:
the
North
cameras
Mobile
there.
Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, and coastal waters.
And this tornado warning will expire in 1 minute.
20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula.
The most recent hail core report is still 4 inches from the last time I mentioned it, so we still have to assume that there is massive hail in this storm.
Strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Wool Bay to near Bossicker Bay to near Farewell Buoy to 11 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass.
Yeah, there's definite rotation on this storm.
Waterspouts, wind gusts 34
right
knots
there.
And small hail.
But they did allow the tornado warning to expire.
Can easily overturn boats and create local
So we are going to zoom back out radar here.
Could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves.
And I am going to go back to being silent for a little bit here, catch my breath, and get some more water. I will let y'all just watch radar and listen to the scanner.
Has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: South Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound, and coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station KEC 61 from Mobile, Alabama. We broadcast on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida, about 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, from 20 to 60 nautical miles, until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Farewell Buoy to 36 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass, moving east at 45 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, waterspout can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Oriskany Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, from 20 to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The following weather reports were made at noon. Mobile Regional Airport, light rain and fog were reported. The temperature was 67 degrees, the dew point was 66, and the relative humidity was 97%. The wind was northeast at 8 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.86 inches and falling. Rainfall in the last hour was 0.01 inches. Downtown Mobile, at Brookley Field, a thunderstorm was reported. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point was 66, and the relative humidity was 93%. The wind was north at 14 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.88 inches and rising. Rainfall in the last hour was 0.04 inches. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A special marine warning has been issued until 2 Florida Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: South Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay area, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A A special marine warning remains in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. Flood advisory has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. The current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. Current time is 12:48 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐𝕐 County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola, Ensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Foley, Goulding, Lillian, Myrtle Grove, Magnolia Springs, Bon Secour, Somerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Mifflin. Weather Service in Mobile has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐𝕐 County in northwestern Florida until 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:26 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 3 miles west of Perdido Beach to 4 miles south of Orange Beach, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard: 60 miles per hour wind gusts. Source: radar indicated. Impact: expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Pensacola, Brent, West Pensacola, Warrington, Orange Beach, Goulding, Lillian, Myrtle Grove, Perdido Beach, Alberta, and Pensacola Beach. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, and 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐𝕐, Florida. A special marine warning remains in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For the following areas: coastal waters from Boothville to southwest pass of the Mississippi River out.
Guys, y'all, I am back. I was using the bathroom and then I saw a tornado warning got issued, so give me 1 second to bring myself back up here.
Island, Louisiana, out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, out 20 nautical miles at 12:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing water extending from 21 nautical miles.
Okay, I apologize about that, y'all, again. So we do have a new tornado warning that was just issued. This is radar indicated. Tornado warning for Central Bay County in the Panhandle of Florida until 1:15 Central Daylight Time. At 12:49 p.m., Fear frontal capable of producing a tornado was located near Panama City, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard is tornado and golf ball size hail. This dangerous storm will be near Panama City and Lynn Haven by 1 o'clock. Highland Park around 1:05. And storm warning with a tornado possible tag at 12:53. Severe front is located 11 miles northeast of Lynn Haven, moving east at 50 miles an hour. Hazard is golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Locations impacted include all of these locations here: which you can see on screen. So we do have tornado warnings popping out in Florida.
Florida out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles. Pensacola Bay Area including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, South Mobile Bay until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:56 a.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Wolf Bay to near Bossicker Bay to near Farewell Buoy to 11 nautical miles south of Petty Boy.
I don't know why my
25 knots. Hazard waterspouts. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater and small.
I don't know why my stream is crashing. I'm sorry, y'all.
Impact. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous buoys.
Apologize for my stream, just trying to
and Farewell Buoy. Repeating, a special
get things all figured out here.
2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: South Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, like I said, I was in the middle of using the bathroom and I looked at my phone and saw there's a new tornado warning. It's like, I gotta get back up here.
And coastal waters from Old Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County lines of Pensacola expire. However, small hail, gusty winds, and heavy rain are still possible with these thunderstorms. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Alabama and northwestern Florida. Repeating, the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, and Escambia, Florida. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County lines of Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical along a line extending from near Farewell Buoy to 36 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass, moving east at 45 knots. Hazard, waterspout radar. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Hurricane Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and the relative humidity was 97%. The wind was northeast at 8 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.86 inches and falling. Rainfall in the last hour was 0.01 inches. Downtown Mobile, at Brookley Field, a thunderstorm was reported. The temperature was 68 degrees, the dew point was 66, and the relative humidity was 93%. The wind was north at 14 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.88 inches and rising. Rainfall in the last hour was 0.04 inches. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A special marine warning has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: South Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay Area, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles. A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. A special marine warning remains in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. A flood advisory has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. Rip current risk has been extended p.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Baldwin and south central 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐 counties will expire at 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storms which prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits and have exited the warned area.
Okay, I am kind of back now.
Will be allowed to expire. However, small hail, gusty winds, and heavy rain
Still have that tornado warning, but they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. My throat is still very dry, but I have a drink now, so I should be good. So, still a tornado possible tag, and this is going to be for Gulf County, Bay County, and Calhoun. 3-inch hail core reported on this tornado warrant storm. It is still just radar indicated as of now.
The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal
They just issued a new special marine warning.
County lines at Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula.
So definitely, this storm is still very severe. I apologize for my connection cutting in and out here, y'all.
Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County lines at Pensacola, Florida.
Internet issues as always.
Nautical miles, western Choctawhatchee Bay until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐 Bay to 19 nautical miles south of Perdido Pass, moving east at 30 knots. Hazard: waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and large hail. Source: radar. Impact: waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft.
Okay, this issued a new mesoscale discussion. Mesoscale section number 0638.
Locations impacted include
The severe weather threat for severe thunderstorm watch number 174 continues. The threat for large to very large hail in diameter and damaging gusts will likely accompany a supercell as it moves northeast across part of the Florida Panhandle. Through 3 to 4 p.m., a brief tornado is possible. A long-lived discrete supercell has recently moved ashore into the greater Panama City, Florida vicinity from the shelf waters in a favorable environment for organized storms. So essentially there is a supercell that has moved onto shore with the potential for damaging hail and strong winds and tornadoes.
Flood warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐 County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight Time,
There's just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning or continued this one. It's going to be a new one for Gulf County, Bay County, and Calhoun County again. Is that the same one? I think that's the same one. Oh, I'm sorry. Here is the new one. So they continued the severe thunderstorm warning for Bay County. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and there is the location impacted, including Panama City, Lynn Haven, Bay Head, and the rest of those locations.
And underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash
And there's still a 3.7-inch hail core. You can see some really, really deep colors here. We're going to take away velocity here for a second. Just look at those dark purples on that supercell there. I really wish I could be on the ground to see that. That's got to be such a beautiful cloud structure. You see right there in the red box I just drew all those really heavy bands of rain. And the possible hail there too. I would not be surprised to see flash flood warning issued for that area. Oh, hold up. They just reissued the tornado warning, or continued it, apologies.
to
for Central Bay County.
Alabama.
At 1:06 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Highland Park, or over Lynn Haven, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard tornado and golf ball sized hail. Source is radar indicated rotation.
For the following areas, coastal waters from 𝕤𝕤𝕓𝕐𝕐 southwest pass of the Mississippi River out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Stake Island, 𝕤𝕐𝕐 southwest pass of the Mississippi River from
Give me 1 second, y'all. I want to fix something here.
Coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, Louisiana out 20 to 60 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles at 12:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from 21 nautical miles south of Farewell Buoy to 21 nautical miles east of
60 seconds.
moving
Alright.
east at 35 knots. Hazard.
I wanted that to be a little more visible
Wind gusts
there
to
on
40
screen.
knots and small hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets. Expect wind gusts in excess of 34 knots and suddenly higher waves. Boats
Absolutely
could sustain damage or capsize.
insane how much is popping
Make sure
off here,
all on
y'all.
board are wearing life jackets. Return to
I do
safe
apologize to
harbor
keep
if possible.
bending over like that. I'm
Severe
eating my lunch.
thunderstorms will remain over mainly open waters. Move to safe harbor until hazardous weather passes. Boaters should seek safe harbor immediately until these storms pass. Wind gusts to 40 knots. Rain are possible with these storms. Repeating.
So let's bring back up velocity here.
In effect until 1:45
And let's
p.m.
look at this
Central
radar
Daylight
indicated
Time.
rotation they were talking about.
Coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake
there a
Island
better
out
radar
20
site?
nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a
Let's
special
go
marine
to
warning for
KEVX
coastal
there.
waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola,
I want
Florida,
to check out this
Pascagoula,
radar indicated
Mississippi,
rotation.
out 20 nautical miles. Pensacola Bay Area, including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, South Mobile Bay, until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:56 a.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms
Oh yeah, you can see it there.
were located along a line extending from near Wolf Bay to near
It seems to have slightly weakened, but you could see over there by Lynn Haven when it was just passing through. Obvious rotation there. Let me go ahead and show you what I mean.
Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous
So
seas.
watch Lynn Haven right here where I'm drawing that circle.
Higher winds and suddenly higher waves.
I'll take it away for a second so you can look. Watch how it rotates and comes into that area. You can kind of see it better like this, actually.
Perdido Bay, Fort Pickens,
So it kind of looked like it was rotating kind of like this. And it's definitely weakened by the time it's gotten over here. It also could be recycling too. It might be. I'm not entirely sure.
Out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay Area, including Santa Rosa Sound, and coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line Florida to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, from 20 to 60 nautical miles until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Farewell Buoy to 36 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass, moving east at 45 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts 34 knots or greater.
To strengthen my opinions about this storm weakening, you can see the hail core has dropped there to 2.7-inch hail instead of the 3 to 4 inch we were seeing a few minutes ago here. Let's see, how much longer does this tornado warning have? 4 minutes, so they haven't continued it.
Coastal waters from Pensacola,
which gives me
Florida to
the
Pascagoula,
opinion that it's
Mississippi,
going
out 20 nautical
to be
miles.
allowed to
Waters
expire.
from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula,
But still,
Mississippi,
take it seriously.
extend
Until
from
it is
20
expired, it
nautical
is
miles to 60
important we
nautical
take these
miles.
tornado warnings seriously. There
Coastal
still
waters
is
from
cloud
Okaloosa,
rotation, there still
Walton
is
County
large
line,
hail,
Florida
there
to
still is heavy
Pensacola,
winds with
Florida,
this
out 20
storm.
nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles.
And of course, if you are a viewer watching this right now, always be sure to stay hydrated. Hydration is so important.
1:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms at southeastern Santa Rosa County through 2:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying
It has
areas.
quite obviously weakened a lot since making landfall on the shore here.
Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola,
My personal
Entry,
opinion
Warrington,
is it started as a
Gonzales,
water spout
Foley,
over to
Lillian,
off the coast,
Meadow Grove,
made
Magnolia
landfall,
Springs, Bon Secour,
weakened,
Summerhill, Perdido Beach,
then
Alberta,
recycled, started
Josephine,
strengthening again,
Seminole, and
and now
Perdido
it's
High.
going back through either another recycle or it is just
Encountering flooded
weakening entirely.
roads. Most of flood
You can see
damage
these
occurred
hail
in
cores are
April.
now only a little over an inch and a half. Still damaging hail nonetheless, but nowhere near as bad as a 4-inch hailstone. Obviously.
A special marine warning remains in effect until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For the following areas, coastal waters from Boothville to southwest pass of the Mississippi River out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Stake Island to southwest pass of the Mississippi River from 20 to 60 nautical 32 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located.
And this
along the
tornado
line
warning is
extending
about
from
to
21
expire within the
nautical
next
miles
50
south of
seconds.
Farewell Buoy to 21 nautical miles.
We will see if they continue it. Chances are they will.
35 knots. Hazard, waterspouts, wind gusts to 40 knots, and small hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets.
And there we go. The tornado warning has just expired, so I'm going to remove that
Suddenly higher waves.
from the screen here.
Boats could sustain damage or capsize.
There we go.
Make sure all on board are wearing life jackets. Return to safe harbor if possible.
We still have that tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning last I checked. Yes, we still have a tornado possible tag. So obviously stay weather aware. We also have a special marine warning in the area. And hail is still being reported with this storm, so still take it seriously. But the tornado warning has been allowed to expire, which is good. That's what we want.
Time for the following marine location: coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. This is NOAA Weather Radio Station KEC 61 from Mobile, Alabama. We broadcast on a frequency of 162.55 megahertz from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles. Pensacola Bay Area including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, South Mobile Bay until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:56 a.m. Central Daylight.
So we're starting to have storms fire up in the peninsula of Florida here. You can see we have a special weather statement for, let's see, these locations here. You can see that's more into the peninsula, which is just to the northwest of Gainesville.
Could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves.
So there is some thunderstorms starting to fire over there. Let's take a look at KTLH radar here. We're going to take away velocity. Yeah, you can start to see those thunderstorms starting to fire off all along that line there. Definitely something to take an eye on, and then you can see these storms still all pushing this direction from off the coast here. So all the storms are kind of like over here, and they're also like pushing north and northeast. Well, I don't have storm tracks on these ones yet, but I would imagine we'll see that they are starting to push like this, maybe a little bit like that, but time will tell.
Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical. The special marine warning is canceled. The affected areas were coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island, out 20 nautical miles. The thunderstorms have moved out of the warned area and no longer pose a significant threat to boaters. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa.
Look at this in the last couple scans. You can really watch these storms really begin to fire up. So these are the storms we're talking about. And again, watch these last couple scans, where it goes from like a little thing here to this massive, or fairly large cell forming right there. Definitely something to be looking at there. And again, you can see what I meant when I said the way these things were moving. You can see them right there. That one's kind of moving that way, more northern than east. It's still moving east, but more northeast. This is moving more directly to the east, along with this one here. Kind of like that. So if you were Interstate 75, just to the south of Lake City, or actually in Lake City, just to the south of Live Oak, and near Gainesville, north of Wilston, be prepared for some thunderstorms that are starting to fire off. And we can also see down here, north of Tampa, north of Spring Hill, we're starting to see some more thunderstorms fire down here as well, or at least some rain bands popping up here, and you can see one there as well. And actually, within the past couple scans, there's one up there as well. Let's see if there's a radar down here I can go on. There you go, let's steal this radar for a second.
At 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Escambia Bay to 19 nautical miles south of Perdido Pass, moving east at 30 knots. Hazard, waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and large hail. Source,
you can see exactly what I was talking about there.
Waterspouts can easily overturn boats.
Look at those storm tracks.
Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Large hail could result in structural damage. Locations impacted include...
So you can definitely see these storms starting to fire off here.
Bridge, Shalimar, Destin, East Bay, Okaloosa Pier, Pensacola Bay
right there, pushing
Bridge, Pensacola Bay and Navarre Beach.
To the north and east.
Repeating, a special marine warning has been
and there's a few pop-up showers, like right near Osca there, Daytona Beach. Again, that's nothing too crazy because it's Florida. You guys are getting storms constantly.
Coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line Florida to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles.
What is that symbol? I've never seen that before.
Lines at Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles.
Lightning strike report. A man was struck by lightning in the Panama City area and time is estimated of 2 o'clock. Well, good thoughts, prayers, and well wishes to that man. I hope they are alive. There is 1 injury reported right there. You can see that. 1 injury. Man was struck by lightning in the Panama City area. I do hope they are okay. I've never seen that symbol before, so I was intrigued. That is just awful, though. I do hope they are okay. You can see this storm still has radar indicated 1.7-inch hail. And now that you can see, at least for me, since I'm not from this area, I can see now this is actually a fairly populated area where that tornado warning was at. The tornado warning was kind of right around here. I'll draw it out for you real quick. Tornado warning was kind of here. And then there was the second one that was like right here. So a fairly populated area where the tornado warning was, which I was not aware of. I thought this was more rural, kind of like how it is right here. There's a lot of marshland and swamp. But I do hope that person is okay, or at the very least alive. There you go, they have a new special weather statement. Which one is it? It's gonna be this one. 222 EDT. The operator was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Archer, or 10 miles northeast of Bronson, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard winds around 40 miles per hour and pea-sized hail. Torrential rainfall is occurring with the storm may lead to localized flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Best advice right there. Don't do it. Do not do it. Don't drive your car through flooded roadways. Turn around. Don't drown.
This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 1:23 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for southern Baldwin County and south.
All right, y'all. I'm going to take a little break here for a minute, and we will tune back in when something exciting happens. Or if another person gets struck by lightning, God forbid.
Thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Full amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola, Hensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Foley, Goulding, Lillian, Myrtle Grove, Magnolia Springs, Bon Secour, Somerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Lakeland, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, and Escambia, Florida. The special marine warning is canceled. The affected areas were coastal waters from Pascagoula, Mississippi to Stake Island out 20 nautical miles. The thunderstorms have moved out of the warned area and no longer pose a significant threat to boaters. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lying to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Pensacola Bay Area, including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay Area, South Mobile Bay, until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 11:56 a.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Wolf Bay to near Bon Secour Bay to near Farewell Buoy to 11 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass, moving east at 25 knots. Hazard: waterspouts. Wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and small hail. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Arnica Bay, Pensacola Bay, Big Lagoon, West Santa Rosa Sound, Pensacola Beach, Pensacola Pass, Perdido Bay, Fort Pickens, Bon Sucre Bay, and Farewell Buoy. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: South Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound, and coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical miles, until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Farewell Buoy to 36 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass, moving east at 45 knots. Hazard, waterspouts and wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Hurricane Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, eastern Choctawhatchee Bay, Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, western Choctawhatchee Bay, until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Escambia Bay to 19 nautical miles south of Perdido Pass, moving east at 30 knots. Hazard, waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and large hail. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Large hail could result in structural damage. Locations impacted include Pensacola Beach, Highway 331 Bridge, Shalimar, Destin, East Bay, Okaloosa Pier, Pensacola Bay Bridge, Garcon Point Bridge, Pensacola Bay, and Navarre Beach. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound, western Choctawhatchee Bay, eastern Choctawhatchee Bay, coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The following weather reports were made at 1 p.m. Mobile Regional Airport, fog was reported. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point was 67, and the relative humidity was 93%. The wind was northeast at 12 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.83 inches and falling. Rainfall in the last hour was 0.05 inches. Downtown Mobile, at Brookley Field, light rain was falling. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point was 67, and the relative humidity was 93%. The wind was northeast at 13 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.83 inches and falling. Rainfall in the last hour was 0.14 inches. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A special marine warning has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: South Mobile Bay, Perdido Bay area, and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. A special marine warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. A flood advisory has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. Rip current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas: in Alabama, Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 1:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central Escambia County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola, Ensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Foley, Goulding, Lillian, Myrtle Grove, Magnolia Springs, Bon Secour, Somerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Mifflin, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, and Escambia, Florida. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay area, South Mobile Bay at 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time. It's 11:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Wolf Bay to near Bon Secour to near Farewell Buoy to 11 nautical miles south of Petit Boy Pass, moving east at 25 knots. Hazard: waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and small hail. Source: radar. Impact: waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create local hazards. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Arca Bay, Pensacola Bay, Big Lagoon, West Santa Rosa Sound, Pensacola Beach, Pensacola Pass, Perdido Bay, Fort Pickens, Bon Secour Bay, and Farewell Buoy. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: South Mobile Bay, Tornado Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound, and coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, waters from Oka. The special marine warning is canceled. The affected areas were coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound, Tornado Bay area, South Mobile Bay. The thunderstorms have moved out of the area, thus the warning has been canceled. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern Florida and adjacent coastal waters. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical miles, until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Farewell Buoy to 36 nautical miles south of Petty Boy Pass, moving east at 45 knots. Hazard: waterspouts and wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source: radar. Impact: waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Oriskany Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, eastern Choctawhatchee Bay, Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, western Choctawhatchee Bay, until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Escambia Bay to 19 nautical miles south of Perdido Pass, moving east at 30 knots. Hazard: waterspouts, wind gusts 34 knots or greater, and large hail. Source: radar. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Large hail could result in structural damage. Locations impacted include Pensacola Beach, Highway 331 Bridge, Shalimar, Destin, East Bay, Okaloosa Pier, Pensacola Bay Bridge, Garcon Point Bridge, Pensacola Bay and Navarre Beach. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out.
Alright, y'all, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, so give me a second here. So there is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, it's two new severe thunderstorm warnings. This has a tornado possible tag on it. Severe thunderstorm warning for Central Gulf County, Central Bay County, Calhoun County, and Liberty County in the Panhandle of Florida and the Big Bend of Florida. let's see, at 2:40 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 1:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So this is in 2 time zones. That's kind of cool. A severe thunderstorm was located 15 miles northeast of Callaway, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Hazard ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Source is radar. Indicated there is all the locations impacted. Let's go ahead and take a look at this radar here. Yeah, really strong band of rain pushing with a 1.2 inch to a 1.7 inch hail core. You can see some darker purples in there. Kind of zoom in there so you can see them better. You can see some darker purples there. That is likely where that hail is forming. A lot of updraft.
Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. A flood advisory.
Also, this severe thunderstorm warning over here. I missed this one. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail for Oskaloosa County in northwestern Florida. And these storms here, warning coming in here. Fuzzy today.
Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical miles until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 23 nautical miles southwest of Oriskany Reef to 49 nautical miles southeast of Farewell Buoy, moving east at 55 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to 40 knots.
I feel like those storms down there are moving fairly quickly. I want to look at the special weather statement. Yeah, 50 miles an hour. Or they're moving at 20, but with winds up to 50. That is definitely happening. You see that line start to explode a little bit there. Let's take a look at the Storm Prediction Center real quick. Take a look at things, see if anything was updated, and it doesn't appear anything has been.
Coastal waters from Oskaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Eastern Choctaw.
You know, I want to make sure I have damage reports turned on.
Line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Eastern Choctaw, Hatchie Bay, 1:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Were located along a 30 extent from daylight.
There we go. Got water spouts, floods, all that turned on.
Large hail, Florida. Severe thunder. Watch number in cabin 400
Alright, I'm just gonna leave this up here once again, y'all. Trying to do other things at the same time of doing this, figure things out for tomorrow, so bear with me.
nautical miles in waters from Oskaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to occur. Somerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Mifflin, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, and 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕖, Florida. A special marine warning remains in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For the following areas: coastal waters from Okaloosa-Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical Bay. At 1:43 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along the line to 8 nautical miles southwest of Oriskany Reef, moving east at 30 knots. Hazard: waterspouts, wind gusts to 40 knots, and large hail. Source: radar indicated.
Alright, I'm back already. We have a tornado warning in effect for parts of Florida. Let's go ahead and bring that up. Alright, so we have a tornado warning just issued. Let's see if it's an observed or radar indicated. It's going to be radar indicated. Tornado warning for north central Gulf County in the Panhandle of Florida, southern Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida, and west central Liberty County in the Big Bend of Florida until 3:15 p.m. EDT and 2:15 p.m. CDT. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles northwest of Stone Mill Creek or 16 miles southwest of Luntstown. Moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard is tornado and quarter-sized hail. Source is radar indicated rotation. This traumatic thunderstorm remain brain fart there. Remain over mainly rural areas of north central Gulf, southern Calhoun counties in the Panhandle of Florida, and west central Liberty counties in the Big Bend of Florida, including the following locations: Marysville, Scotts Ferry, Estifangula, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, Kennard, Lewis, Woods, Hugh Creek, Chipola Park, Central City, and Orange. Who the hell names these places? I swear sometimes. So we do have a active tornado warning. We're going to bring up velocity here. And let's see what they're looking at on radar. Let's see what they're seeing. I was looking at the Storm Prediction Center outlook for tomorrow when that popped up. So let's go ahead and look at it. Oh yeah. You can kind of see it there. Let's see what rotation looks like.
The following weather reports were made at 1 p.m.
Yeah, there is minor rotation. I'm gonna switch radar sites real quick. It's really hard to see. Okay, there we go. That is beautiful. So this is what I was talking about earlier in the beginning of the stream when I was mentioning the fact that velocity makes it a lot easier to see rotation and a possible tornado than reflectivity does. You can see with reflectivity, you can kind of see the hail core there, and you can see the storm. This is what I'm talking about. You can see right here is that hail core, and you can see it hooking out, right? You can kind of see that hook there, with the rotation being this way. But when you're looking at this on velocity, it's a lot easier to see where that center of circulation truly is. So the center is right around here, and it is hooking out like this. So you can really see that a lot better on velocity than you can on reflectivity. You can still view it on reflectivity, you know what you're looking for, but it's a lot more obvious on velocity. For instance, if I'm zoomed out, and we were just looking at this, you know, tell me where that is on radar. Tell me where the possible tornado is on radar. You probably couldn't. But if you're looking at velocity and you're seeing, oh wow, look at this obvious rotation and obvious hook forming on hook echo forming on velocity, you can very clearly see where that tornado could potentially be. But as always, if you are in this polygon, take shelter immediately. Tornado warnings are not something to mess around with. I don't care if you live in the Northeast, the Midwest, or anywhere. Don't care how experienced you think you are or what you think you know about storms. If you are in tornado warning, it is important to always take shelter. That goes for storm chasers and enthusiasts too. You should always take shelter. Because in the end, nature is truly the one in charge here. Which should be apparent by how much we have to work around weather in our lives. So we will let this run on radar for a few minutes here. We'll keep watching the scans, seeing how much it intensifies. You can see it is really wanting to hook. You can start to see that there. It is really trying to get itself together there. I would not be surprised if there is a tornado on the ground or imminent at this point in that area of Florida. So, obviously, take shelter now if you were in that area. This is not a game. So I'm going to leave you guys with this for a few minutes here. I got a few things to do, and I will be right back.
Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola, Ensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Foley, Dooling, Lillian, Middle Road, Magnolia, Montsevier, Somerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Richland, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, and 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕖, Florida. A special marine warning remains in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. For the following areas: coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Eastern Choctawhatchee Bay. Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Western Choctawhatchee Bay. At 1:43 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Mary Esther to 8 nautical miles southwest of Oriskany Reef, moving east at 30 knots. Hazard: waterspouts, wind gusts to 40 knots, and large hail. Source: radar indicated. Impact: waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Large hail could result in structural damage. Locations impacted include West Choctawhatchee Bay, Fort Walton Beach, Highway 331 Bridge, Okaloosa Deepwater Reef, Oriskany Reef, Fort Walton Liberty Ship Reef, Destin, East Pass at Destin, East Choctawhatchee Bay, and the Mid-Bay Bridge. Repeating, a special marine warning remains in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Western Choctawhatchee Bay, Eastern Choctawhatchee Bay. Coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line Florida to Pensacola.
I'm not going to turn my webcam back on here for a second, y'all, but I did just want to take a second to talk about this because this is obviously a pretty violent and volatile storm here. Let's go ahead and look at the DBZ. Wow, up to 60.4 there, DBZ. Pretty high readings.
At 1:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 23
This tornado warning does not surprise me at all. And I would imagine this is going to stay tornado warned for quite a while as well. Is that a new tornado or lightning report? No, that's the same one as earlier, okay. I was about to say, not 2 people struck by lightning. One's more than enough. Wow, look at that rotation there, y'all. Look at the amount of lightning with that cell, too. I'm going to pause this so I can take a screenshot.
From 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola,
That
Florida,
is
from 20 to 60 nautical miles.
nutty.
The following weather reports were made at 1 p.m. Mobile Regional Airport, fog was reported. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point was 67, and the relative humidity was 93%.
Oops, sorry.
The wind was northeast at 12 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.83
1
inches
second,
and
y'all.
falling. Rainfall in the last hour was
I'm going to switch this to this screen for a second.
Downtown Mobile and Berkeley Field, light rain was falling. The temperature was 69
there we go.
degrees. The dew point was 67.
There we go.
The humidity was 93%.
Alright.
The wind was northeast at 13 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.83 inches and falling. Rainfall in the last hour was 0.14 inches.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised the tornado warning
Summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect.
hasn't gone
A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m.
observed.
Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Baldwin, Alabama. Warning has
I'm
been
happy there's at least a warning, but that is a
Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. A special marine warning remains in effect until 3 p.m.
very, very violent storm.
Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. A flood advisory has been issued until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Alabama.
And it appears to be attached to that same supercell that has been producing tornadoes and tornado warnings up even before it hit the coast, before it hit the shore there. And attached to that supercell they were mentioning in the mesoscale discussion as well. So they did call it.
From the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service.
If this does become a tornado, they did call it. That is assuming there isn't already one on the ground. It would not surprise me to hear that there is a tornado on the ground, based on radar.
South Central Escambia County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the Warren area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Severe thunderstorm watch number 173 has been allowed to expire for the following marine locations: Perdido Bay area and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Repeating, the severe thunderstorm watch number 173 has been allowed to expire for the following marine locations: Perdido Bay area and coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central Escambia County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the West Pensacola, Ensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Foley, Gooding, Monroe, Magnolia Springs, Bon Sever, Summerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. This is a special weather between flat roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Baldwin, Alabama, and Florida. Until 3 p.m. Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pascagoula, Florida, 200 nautical miles, western South Carolina.
A bit of news here. They just issued an enhanced risk for severe weather for tomorrow. So while this tornado warning is still running, let's go ahead and show that on screen here. So as you can see right here in central Texas, we have a enhanced risk for severe weather tomorrow. I know Brandon Coptic will be live tomorrow, so I more than likely will not be going live myself, but anyway, we also have, for my area, we have a slight risk for, not a slight, a thunderstorm risk, which you can see I am there in New Jersey. But yeah, they just issued an enhanced risk for tomorrow. I believe our day one, which would be today, is still the same, if I'm not mistaken. It is. But yeah, let's take a look back at this. I am curious. So the tornado threat is still mostly in Texas. You can see there Dallas, Waco, Wichita Falls, Austin, San Antonio. All of those areas are in a tornado threat, and then Dallas and Waco are in the 5% tornado threat. The wind threat is all the way from Brownsville up to Fort Sill and Fort Stockton to Shreveport, and then we have most of Florida all the way up to Ohio, actually, for the wind threat tomorrow. And the same thing for the hail potential. We have a 30% hatched risk. So that's 30% chance of hail with a 10% chance or greater probability of 2-inch in diameter hail for the Dallas and Waco all the way down to San Antonio area with that hatched risk there. So definitely something to be keeping an eye on for tomorrow. We will definitely see what happens with that tomorrow. If we go ahead and take a look back here at radar, which we will do now, you can still see where I have that highlighted there, that rapid rotation there in that supercell. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, so I don't think they're going to be continuing this tornado warning, which is personally surprising to me. There's still a tornado possible tag on this storm for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. So severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3:45 p.m. EDT and 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for central Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida and northwestern Liberty County in the Big Bend of Florida at 3:07 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 2:07 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located 10 miles southwest of southwest of Bluntstown, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard is ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Source is radar indicated. This tornado warning will expire in 7 minutes. That was just the severe thunderstorm warning we were reading off there. But the tornado warning expires in 7 minutes, which, again, I am honestly surprised about. I mean, looking at that on radar, it appears to still be intensifying. If we pause this and look at Scott's Ferry, you can very clearly see that hook. Look at it on even reflectivity. You can very obviously see that hook and that rotation right there on velocity. It's very apparent. And then even here on reflectivity again, you can see where that hail core would be that indicated 1.2 inch hail. It is very surprising that it appears they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire. Very, very surprising. I'm more than surprised, honestly. That it almost seems stupid to me. But I am not the National Weather Service. So that's what they're there for. They don't think it needs to be warned anymore. Then that is on them. It appears to be making a northern turn too. If you watch on radar here, it initially appeared to be moving this way, but if you watch over the past couple scans, it appears to be making a turn that way as well. So we will see. Assuming that's why they issued a severe thunderstorm warning more to the north. And I would imagine if there was to be a new tornado warning, it would probably look something like this, if I had to imagine. Something like that. If I had to imagine if they were going to issue a new tornado warning. But we will see. Only time will tell what they plan on doing with this storm. But just based on that hook alone and the rotation, I would keep it tornado warning. Again, I am not the National Weather Service, but I believe it deserves a tornado warning still. At least a radar indicated. I will be right back, y'all. Oh, they just reissued it. Give me 1 second. Alright, I was literally, look, right where I said they thought they would. So, another radar indicated tornado warning. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Calhoun County and the Panhandle of Florida, west central Liberty County and Big Bend of Florida until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 2:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles southwest of Blountstown, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Hazard is tornado and quarter-sized hail. Source is radar indicated rotation. This dangerous storm will be near Blountstown around 2:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Marysville, Scotts Ferry, Kenny's Mill, whatever the hell that says, Abe Springs, Sharpstown, Bristol, Woods, and Hugh Creek. So they did end up continuing that tornado warning. Again, by no means am I surprised by that. I was a little concerned they weren't, to be completely honest. Now, my one question is, and something I want to check, how populated is this area? I am not familiar with this area, or really any area in Florida for that matter. So I am going to quickly just turn off radar for a second here. We're going to zoom in and just look. So it appears to be a lot of farmland. Scotts Ferry, New Hope. But once it gets across that river there into Bristol, it appears to be more densely populated just by a little bit. So I would definitely wouldn't be surprised if this goes observed. I'd imagine there's probably spotters out there, or police officers, fire department. In fact, we can check real quick. Let's turn on spotter network here and just see if there's any spotters in the area. Really, there is no spotters in the area. They're still down in Panama City. That's a shame. So there is no registered spotters on Spotter Network in this area. But I'd imagine a local fire department and a police department will be on the ground, making sure that there isn't a tornado actually on the ground. And of course, if there is, they will relay that to the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, and they will issue an observed tornado warning if that ends up being the case. Wow, look at that right there. Wow, look at that. That is intense, to say the least. Let's go ahead and look at that radar. I will be right back once again. But let's go ahead and watch that cycle for a few minutes here.
northeast at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and steady. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A flash flood warning has been issued until 30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 miles. A special marine warning remains in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to
Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Just making sure the landscapers weren't trimming our bushes. Wow, look at that storm.
Baldwin, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until
50 dBz.
time for the following county:
Go ahead and look over here.
Alabama.
61, 62. Absolute monster of a storm. Look at that. Look at that on velocity, y'all. Very, very obvious rotation.
162.55 megahertz from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service.
I can't believe this isn't observed.
Weather radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather
I know
Service.
occasionally it'll even go observed without someone actually viewing it, or they'll at least put like a PDS on it because it's going into a rural area, but there's no PDS or anything. And just looking on radar, it just surprises me, that's all. I'm not trying to overhype or anything, but just looking at radar, it does legitimately surprise me that there isn't a PDS or a observed on this storm. But I guess if no one sees radar on the ground, they're not going to observe it, which makes sense.
Ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola, Ensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Lillian, Myrtle Grove, Magnolia Springs, Monsevier, Somerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Midford, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around, don't turn around and encountering flooded roads. Most flood hazards currently a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Baldwin, Alabama, and Escambia, Florida.
Alright, y'all, I'm gonna go off mic for a few minutes here to do a few things, and I will be back.
Coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines of Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines of Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Western Tallahassee Bay, 1:43 to 3:30 p.m. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing water flows. Severe thunderstorms from near Mary Esther to 8 nautical miles south of 6 p.m. Central Daylight Northeast 40 knots. Wind gusts to 40 knots. This is no weather radio. Severe Pensacola Northeast weather service. The current trend is to overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Small craft and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Large hail could result in structural damage. The county in northwestern Florida until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:24 p.m. Walker Reef. Radar indicated thunderstorms should reach Destin, Tallahassee Bay, and the Mid-Bay. Repeating, a special marine warning remains in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Western Tallahassee Bay, eastern Tallahassee Bay. Coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines south to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. And waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line areas 20 to 60 nautical miles. Flooding includes 60 nautical miles until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, flood warning has been issued along the line extending from 23 nautical miles southwest of Florida, 49 nautical miles southeast of Fairweather Booth, moving east at 55 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to 40 knots. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include 𝕤𝕐𝕚𝕓𝕓𝕖 Deepwater Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and waters from 𝕤𝕐𝕚 Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The following weather reports were made at 2 p.m. Mobile Regional Airport, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point was 67, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was east at 9 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and falling. Downtown Mobile, at Berkeley Field, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 69 degrees, and the dew point was 66. This is no weather humidity with no Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current climate is 10.1 inches and steady. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. Flash flood warning in Florida, southern Santa Rosa County in northwestern Florida until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight. A special marine warning at 24 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Marine warning remains in effect until 30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations begin shortly. Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, Source, a flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Baldwin, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Mobile, Alabama. The current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile. This is no weather report. Turn around. The current trend is most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued a flash flood warning for in southwestern Alabama, south central Escambia County, and northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight degrees, and the storms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain has fallen. Additional rainfall is possible in the warned area. Ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola, Ensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Foley, Gooding, Lillian, Myrtle Grove, Magnolia Springs, Bon Secour, Summerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Mifflin, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 30 p.m.
Alright, guys, I am back.
Alabama, Florida. Special marine warning
So, I don't believe they put this as observed. We'll double check that though. Still radar indicated. I believe they just issued a flash flood warning somewhere in the state. So let's go ahead and look at that. Wow, look at these storms even off the shore here.
Central Daylight Time. Severe of thunderstorms capable of producing waterspouts were located along a line extending from near Mary Esther to 8 nautical miles southwest of 𝕤𝕤𝕓𝕐, moving east at 30 knots. Hazard, waterspouts, wind
So we have, looking back at this tornado warning here, we have a 1.5-inch hail core report. And, you know, still looking at velocity there, obvious rotation still on that storm. Something to be keeping an eye on, as we have been. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them in chat, and I will do my best to answer.
Fort Walton, Liberty Ship Reef, Destin, East Pass at Destin, East Choctaw Hatching Bay and Mid-Bay Bridge. Repeating, a special marine warning remains in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, western Choctaw Hatchee Bay, eastern Choctaw Hatchee Bay, coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line, Florida to Pensacola.
I just realized I don't have my freaking storm chasing hat on.
Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Waters from Pensacola,
now
Florida
we can get down to business. Now I got the storm chasing hat on. You can see it there. And now we good.
Strong thunderstorms were located along the line extending from 23 nautical miles southwest of 𝕤𝕤𝕓𝕐 to 49 nautical miles southeast of Farewell Buoy, moving east at 55 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to 40 knots. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Okaloosa Deepwater Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County line to Pensacola, Florida from 20
Can't tell if
to
this
60
storm is
nautical miles.
recycling or if it's just weakening finally.
At 2 p.m.
Let's hope it's weakening
Mobile Regional Airport, skies were
for the
partly
sake of
sunny.
everyone in that area.
The temperature was 70 degrees. The dew point was 67. And
I
the
am
relative
tired, y'all.
humidity was 90%.
I am tired.
The wind was
Been
east at
streaming
9
for almost
miles
3
an hour.
hours now.
The pressure was 29.81 inches and falling. Downtown Mobile, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 69 degrees. The dew point was 66. And the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was northeast at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and steady. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. A special marine warning remains in effect until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A flood advisory has been issued until 2:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Mobile, Alabama. The current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service.
Oh, there we go. They just reissued the tornado warning. Or continued it. Tornado warning remains in effect until 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for East Central Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida and West Central Liberty counties in Big Bend of Florida. At 3:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 2:29 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bluntstown, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazardous tornado source radar indicated rotation. This dangerous storm will be near Blountstown around 2:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Woods, Kenny Mills, Hugh Creek, Sharpstown, and Bristol. Again, if you are in this polygon, if you are in this tornado warning, take shelter immediately and be prepared. Don't be scared, and just stay weather aware, y'all.
Coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Eastern Choctaw, Hatchie Bay. Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Western Choctaw, Hatchie Bay. The thunderstorms have moved out of the area. Thus, the warning has been canceled. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central Escambia County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area.
And again, I'm not ignoring this or anything. I'm just doing things on my phone revolving around weather.
1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola, Ensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Foley, Goulding, Lillian, Myrtle Grove, Magnolia Springs, Bon Secour, Somerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Mifflin, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight to the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, and Escambia, Florida. The special marine warning is canceled. The affected areas were coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles. Coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Eastern Choctaw, Hatchie Bay. Waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Western Choctaw, Hatchie Bay. The thunderstorms have moved out of the area. Thus, the warning has been canceled. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. Waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, from 20 to 60 nautical miles until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 23 nautical miles southwest of Oriskany Reef to 49 nautical miles.
On the mic soon in a few minutes here, y'all.
Small
Just
craft could be
finishing up a few
damaged and
things.
briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Okaloosa Deepwater Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The following weather reports were made at 2 p.m. Mobile Regional Airport, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point was 67, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was east at 9 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and falling. Downtown Mobile, at Berkeley Field, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point was 66, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was northeast at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and steady. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A A special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location. Waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. Rip current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama, Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 2:33 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐𝕐 County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central,
It appears we have a damage report from behind this tornado-warned storm. Trees down on Highway 71 south near Williams Memorial in Scotts Ferry, Florida, and this was 3 minutes ago. So there is trees down on Highway 71 in Scotts Ferry. Just wanted to give you an update on that.
Source, radar. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Pensacola, Ferry Pass, Brent, West Pensacola, Ensley, Warrington, Gonzales, Foley, Goulding, Lillian, Myrtle Grove, Magnolia Springs, Bon Secour, Somerdale, Perdido Beach, Alberta, Mifflin, Josephine, Seminole, and Perdido Heights. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama, and 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐𝕐, Florida. The special marine warning is canceled. The affected areas were coastal waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, out 20 nautical miles, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, eastern Choctawhatchee Bay, waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles, western Choctawhatchee Bay. The thunderstorms have moved out of the area, thus the warning has been canceled. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Pascagoula, Mississippi, from 20 to 60 nautical miles, until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 23 nautical miles southwest of Oriskany Reef to 49 nautical miles southeast of Farewell Buoy, moving east at 55 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to 40 knots. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Okaloosa Deepwater Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The following weather reports were made at 2 p.m. Mobile Regional Airport, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point was 67, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was east at 9 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and falling. Downtown Mobile, at Brookley Field, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point was 66, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was northeast at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and steady. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. Rip current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time. coastal. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 2:38 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama, south central Escambia County in northwestern Florida until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At noon Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses.
Alright, y'all. I am done doing what I had to do on my phone. I apologize for that little break there. Last we talked, we were talking about the damage report here in Scotts Ferry, Florida, from trees down on Highway 71. We still have this tornado warning active for at least another 4 minutes. Let's go ahead and take a look at velocity again and see what it's looking like. Yeah, it is definitely broken apart quite a lot. It could be recycling. If it does recycle, I would not be surprised to see it recycle a little to the southeast and pop back up again. There obviously is still this line. It currently is in Blountstown and Bristol. It does appear to be weakening, though, as you see. It's going from 1.5 inch hail to 1.25 inches, or less than 1.25 inches hail. So a lot less intense. Still something to be taken seriously, though. If you are in that tornado warning, up until it expires, you should still be in your safe spot. And even after it expires, we still can expect decent-sized hail and strong winds with this cell. So it is something to be taken seriously. It almost appears like it could be recycling, and we could see the cell start to reform kind of over here. That is what I am predicting. And I would not be surprised to see very soon a new tornado warning, like right here. If I had to make a guess, you all probably can't see that. Let me get a different shade of red. So I would not be surprised to see a new tornado warning, or like right there, maybe a little more east with it. But that is up to the National Weather. The links in the description where you can find out where to get Radar Omega, which is the radar that I use. I'm not sponsored by them. You can find out where to donate to me if you want to donate, and things like that. So it is definitely all appreciated, and all the links are down there. Take a look at them. We also have a Discord server, we have merch, we have all of that, so it is something you can look at, consider. I don't know why my cameras have gone down. I will work on fixing those now.
The wind was northeast at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and steady. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A flash flood warning has been issued until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Oh, but I can't fix that one for a second.
Baldwin, Alabama. A special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations.
Because of
waters
stupid
from Pensacola,
ads.
Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles. Rip current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama, Baldwin Coastal, and Mobile Coastal.
And imagine this.
This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile,
It's
Pensacola
about to
National Weather
expire.
Service. The current time is 2:43 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
Yep, there we go. It just expired. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this area. Expires in 60 minutes. Tornado possible tag, 1-inch hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. In fact, this was just issued not too long ago. Once town moving east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. I just heard a new alert come through. Is this it? Is this the one that just came through? No, that one's a little old. Oh, new tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning in Panama City Beach. Radar indicated. National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for West Central Bay County and the Panhandle of Florida until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extreme straight-line wind damage were located over Panama City Beach, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard tornado and quarter-size hail. Source radar indicated rotation. These dangerous storms will be near Panama City and Tyndall Air Force Base around 3 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Biltmore Beach, St. Andrews State Park, Edgewater Gulf Beach, Gulf Lagoon Beach, Magnolia Beach, Gulf Resort Beach, West Panama City, Bahama Beach, and Bidawee. So if you are in this polygon here, be sure to take shelter, as you are in a threat of not only hail and tornadoes, but also damaging straight-line winds as just listed by the warning. So obviously take shelter if you can. Stay away from all doors and windows and try to be in the most interior room of a building as low as you can be safely. I will be right back.
Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and waters from Okaloosa, Walton County, line to Pensacola, Florida, from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The following weather reports were made at 2 p.m. Mobile Regional Airport, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 70 degrees, the dew point was 67, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was east at 9 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and falling. Downtown Mobile and Berkeley Field, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 69 degrees, the dew point was 66, and the relative humidity was 90%. The wind was northeast at 6 miles an hour. The pressure was 29.81 inches and steady. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. A flash flood warning has been issued until 30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following county: Baldwin, Alabama. A special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine location: waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 miles to 60 nautical miles. The current risk has been extended until 6 a.m. Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama.
1 second, y'all.
Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. This is no weather radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 2:47 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a flash flood warning for southern Baldwin County in southwestern Alabama. South Central Escambia County.
Alright, let's take a look at this on velocity. We're going to switch to KEVK radar here.
Thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible.
Let's take a look at this, see if we see any rotation. If not, I would imagine the main threat here is going to be straight line winds. Yeah, so there's not much rotation on this storm. I'd imagine the main reason that they issued this tornado warning is more for the straight line wind damage. It's very comparable to tornado damage when it comes to intensity, so straight line winds can be just as damaging, if not sometimes more damaging than tornadoes can be. So I have seen in the past where they will issue tornado warnings off of straight line winds, because it gets people's attention. And you can very obviously see how quickly that is moving. What is the winds with this? I'm just curious. The storm itself, I do apologize for the staticky scanner. I'd imagine wherever the scanner's home base is at is somewhere in Florida and is getting pummeled by these storms right now. I also apologize for my stream breaking up. My internet is deciding to kick the bucket right now, so I do apologize. I keep completely dropping out of connection.
Florida. Weather radio includes Pensacola and deep water service.
Yeah, my internet is completely dropping out here, y'all, so I do apologize. Oh, we have a second tornado warning, y'all. They just issued another tornado warning. In fact, that looks like they reissued this one. Yeah, I missed it. So, tornado warning. National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for south central Gadsden County, northeastern Liberty County, and western Leon County in the Big Bend of Florida. At 3:48 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 12 miles east of Blountstown, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Hazardous tornado source is radar indicated location. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain mostly over rural areas of those counties, including the following location: Hosford, Woolery, Flordia, and Bloxham. These names are getting more ridiculous by the second, I swear. So we have 2 active tornado warnings. Again, I believe the one by Panama City is more or less for straight line winds. I mean, there can still be tornadoes, but I personally believe that's more for straight line winds. This is definitely more tornadic. You can see the rotation and velocity there. You can see it right here. So you can see the center of rotation right there. And it is moving towards Interstate 10 and those areas towards Quincy, Gretna, Highway 20. And that storm has 1.2 inch radar indicated hail core. The other tornado warning doesn't have any indicated hail on radar. But again, it is moving very quickly. I mean, just within the past 3 minutes, it has gone completely across its warning box. I would not be surprised if they reissue this warning very soon. Unless they are just relying on this severe thunderstorm warning to cover it. 60-mile-an-hour winds. I would imagine they're going to reissue this tornado warning. I personally think they should add a new tier warning specifically for straight line winds, as to not lose people's trust. I mean, you issue a tornado warning just for straight line winds, you're going to start make people lose trust because a lot of people don't see the comparison. Even if there is a large comparison to the damage of straight line winds and tornadoes, a lot of people just don't know it or see it. And there we go. Just as I was mentioning, they're probably going to reissue it. They just reissued the tornado warning. Radar Omega is lagging a little here, so it will pop up in a minute. But there is that new tornado warning. Oh crap. Which one just went observed? Oh, we just had an observed? This one has just gone observed. Okay, we need to catch up here. So, a tornado warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for South Central Gadsden, Northeastern Liberty, and Western Leon counties. At 3:54 p.m., a confirmed tornado was located 11 miles south of Greensboro or 11 miles east of 𝕤𝕬𝕓𝕤𝕖, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard damaging tornado. Source radar confirmed tornado. Locations impacted include Hosford, 𝕤𝕬𝕓𝕤𝕖, 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕐, and 𝕤𝕬𝕓𝕤𝕐. So there is a confirmed tornado on the ground in those locations. If you are in that area, take shelter immediately. Get to the most interior room of the building, away from windows and overhead lights, and shelter in place as best as you can. We also just had this new issued tornado warning ahead of the other one. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Bay County and the Panhandle of Florida until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornado were located along the line extending from 7 miles northeast of Lynn Haven to 11 miles southwest of Panama City, moving east at 45 miles per hour. They are moving quite quickly. Hazards, tornado source radar indicated rotation. These dangerous storms will be near Panama City and Lynn Haven around 3 o'clock Central Daylight Time. Tanaud Air Force Base around 3:05. Callaway and Springfield around 3:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by these tornadic storms include Nixon, Bayhead, St. Andrews State Park, Southport, Allenton, Magnolia Beach, Cedar Grove, Parker, 𝕤𝕬𝕓𝕐 Park, and Beacon Beach. So again, we have 3 active tornado warnings, 1 observed, and this, the observed one, so the confirmed tornado on the ground is 11 miles south of Greensboro or 14 miles east of Blountstown, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Again, that is a damaging tornado, which is radar confirmed. Which, looking at radar, it is not surprising. You can very clearly see that rotation there. Watch it come into frame. Obvious rotation. There is a couplet on this storm. I personally think that storm earlier deserved to go observed more than this one. But the National Weather Service is saying this is observed, which means you need to take shelter if you are in that polygon. And stay tuned to local weather outlets and media for the latest updates on the tornado. And once again, there is 2 tornado warnings for Panama City Beach, Panama City, and Lynn Haven, as well as Parker, Highway 231, 388, 98. There also appears to be an airport in that area as well.
This includes the Highway 98 corridor. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar.
So there is quite a lot going on. Things have very quickly started spiraling out of control here in Florida, so we need to be taking all of these warnings quite seriously. These tornado warnings are no joke. No tornado warnings are a joke, and they should all be taken seriously. Taking a look at the peninsula of Florida here, you can see we have some severe thunderstorm warnings that have popped up for 60-mile-an-hour winds. That one is just to the east of Gainesville. We have one for Jacksonville as well. And Jacksonville is experiencing 1.5 inches hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you were in Jacksonville, that's obviously a very populated area to be experiencing hail and winds. But obviously, be weather aware and keep an eye on things if you're in that area, while we continue to watch all 3 of these tornado warnings down here in the panhandle of Florida.
Until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 23 nautical miles southwest of 𝕤𝕤𝕤𝕤 Reef to 49 nautical miles southeast of Farewell Buoy, moving east at 55 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to 40 knots.
This tornadic storm here to the east of Blountstown is really moving quickly.
higher waves. Locations impacted include 𝕤𝕙𝕚𝕓𝕓𝕖 Deep Water Reef.
And again, this is the confirmed tornado. Radar confirmed tornado. If anyone in chat knows or is familiar with this area, please let me know if it's highly populated. I believe this was one of the areas that was more farmland, but I'm not entirely sure. And if you know anyone in these areas, do your best to reach out to them. You know, help get this warning to as many people as possible. Obviously, you can share this stream; that helps a ton too. But anything you can do to get this warning out to people, please do so, because these are real tornado warnings. They are active, and again, this one is a confirmed tornado, so something to be taken seriously without a doubt.
Will result in strong east-southeast winds for the next few hours. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Kinto Island, Big Lagoon, Farewell Buoy, Mississippi Sound east of Pascagoula, Battleship Park.
I did not mean to enter full screen there. Alright, yo, I will be right back. Need to grab a drink. I already ran out. I'll be back. And when I'm back, we will continue to watch these tornado warnings and see how they go. I will hurry upstairs again if they happen to reissue though.
South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and Pensacola Bay area, including Santa Rosa Sound. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 3:01 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for waters from 𝕤𝕙𝕚𝕓𝕓𝕖, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical miles until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 1:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, strong thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 23 nautical miles southwest of Oriskany Reef to 49 nautical miles southeast of Farewell Buoy, moving east at 55 knots. Hazard, wind gusts to 40 knots. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include 𝕤𝕙𝕚𝕓𝕓𝕖 Deep Water Reef. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and waters from 𝕤𝕙𝕚𝕓𝕓𝕖, Walton County, lines at Pensacola, Florida from 20 to 60 nautical miles. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, Mississippi Sound, North Mobile Bay, Pensacola Bay area, including Santa Rosa Sound, Perdido Bay area, South Mobile Bay, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, from 20 to 60 nautical miles until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a wake low wind event is getting underway and will result in strong east-southeast winds for the next few hours. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Kinto Island, Big Lagoon, Farewell Buoy, Mississippi Sound east of Pascagoula, Battleship Park, Point Clear, Pensacola Bay, Weeks Bay, Gulf Shores Beach and Dolphin Island Bridge. Move to safe harbor immediately as gusty winds and high waves are expected. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi out 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and Pensacola Bay area including Santa Rosa Sound. This is a special weather statement for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Mobile Central and Mobile Coastal, and the following areas in Florida: Escambia Coastal, Okaloosa Coastal, and Santa Rosa Coastal. Strong winds to impact coastal areas through early evening. A wake low has developed behind the departing line of storm.
I apologize, y'all. This stupid app
winds are increasing and will become strong and gusty through the rest of this afternoon into early
always likes to
evening
pop
before
up the worst
gradually
times.
diminishing from west to east later this evening. Wind gusts up to 40 miles
There we
per
go.
hour will
I
be
apologize about
possible
that.
for a few hours, and this could result in any loose objects being blown around and potentially some localized power outages. Please use caution if traveling or spending time outdoors for the remainder of this afternoon through early evening. Please pass along any reports of high winds or wind damage to the National Weather Service in Mobile, Alabama. There is a high risk of rip currents for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal, and the following areas in Florida: Escambia Coastal, Okaloosa Coastal, and Santa Rosa Coastal. High rip current risk now in effect through late Sunday night. What dangerous rip currents expected? Where in Alabama, Mobile Coastal, and Baldwin Coastal counties. In Florida, Escambia Coastal, Santa Rosa Coastal, and Okaloosa Coastal counties. When through late Sunday night. Impacts: rip currents can sweep even the best swimmers away from shore into deeper water. Swim near a lifeguard. If caught in a rip current, relax and float. Don't swim against the current. If able, swim in a direction following the shoreline. If unable to escape, face the shore and call or wave for help. Here's your marine forecast. On the weather map, a moderate southeasterly flow will become more southerly today, and then southwesterly late tonight as a storm system sweeps through the area. Some of the storms could be strong to severe with gusty winds, large hail, water spouts, and frequent lightning possible.
Alright, y'all, they just reissued the tornado warnings, or continued it, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. And now we have 2 observed tornadoes. 2 observed tornado warnings. Let's go ahead and read this text. A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Bay County. At 3:07 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located over Lynn Haven, moving east at 15 miles per hour. Hazard: damaging tornado. Source: radar confirmed tornado. This tornado will be near Springfield around 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time and Callaway around 3:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Nixon, Bayhead, Southport, Allenton, Cedar Grove, Parker, Durago Park, Beacon Beach, Bay Harbor, and Ricotta Beach. Again, this is a confirmed tornado over Lynn Haven, moving east at 15 miles per hour. We also still have another confirmed tornado warning. Okay, they updated this. At 4:02 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 9 miles south of Greensboro, or 13 miles southwest of Quincy, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard: damaging tornado. Source: radar confirmed tornado. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Locations impacted include Hosford, Lowery, Tolagica, and Bloxham. If you are in those locations, you need to take shelter immediately. This is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. There is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 9 miles south of Greensboro or 13 miles southwest of Quincy, moving at 30 miles per hour.
Thunderstorms in the evening. For Friday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves around 2 feet.
I believe there's another tornado warning somewhere. I just heard it buzz.
Waves around 2 feet in the evening.
Where is it at?
1 foot or less. On the Perdido
I
Bay
could have
area,
sworn I just heard one.
thunderstorm watch
Nah, it must have been a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay.
until 2 p.m. Central Daylight
Oh,
Time
nope,
this
there it is.
afternoon. For rest
We have
of the day,
another. We have a fourth tornado warning.
knots, increasing to 15 to 20 knots late.
Or is this a continuation of this one? Let me figure that out for a second.
Showers and thunderstorms.
Yes, that is going to be a continuation of this confirmed tornado.
15 to 20 knots with gusts
The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for south central Gadsden County and Big Bend of Florida and northeastern Liberty County and the Big Bend of Florida until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 4:09 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located.
1 foot or less.
Sorry, I lost track of where I was. Located 9 miles south of Greensboro or 14 miles southwest of Quincy, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard is damaging tornado. Source is radar confirmed tornado. And you are in a life-threatening situation if you were in this polygon. You need to take shelter immediately. The tornado will be near Greensboro around 4:35 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Lowry, 𝕤𝕦𝕓𝕤𝕤, I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm sorry, Juniper, and Sawdust. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now.
A slight chance of thunderstorms.
Okay, they dropped the old tornado warning behind Panama City, but we still have this observed tornado over Panama City with a radar confirmed damaging tornado.
And for Friday night, southwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas
So we have really two active tornado warnings, one PDS in
after midnight.
the panhandle of Florida right now. So again, if you were in those areas, take shelter immediately. This is not something to be playing around with.
South winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 30 knots.
I truly wish I could update my stream title right now.
Wave period
I don't think it's possible though. I'm gonna try. Hopefully I don't lag out the stream.
for tonight. South winds 15 to 20 knots, becoming southwest 10 to 15 knots after midnight. Gusts up to 30 knots. Seas 4 to 5 feet. Dominant wave period 6
We're gonna try to fix this real quick, y'all.
A slight chance of thunderstorms.
Because unfortunately, with this kind of title, I'm not gonna get any. This information is not gonna get to people. But if I can update this title
With gusts up
to have, confirmed tornadoes,
5 to 10 knots.
it's gonna draw more attention. We can get this warning out to more people.
Dominant wave period 6 seconds. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning. And for Friday night, southwest winds 5 to 10 knots.
All right, let's go here.
Dominant wave
Actually, what if I go to
period 6
YouTube
seconds.
Studio?
A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms after midnight. Tidal information at the mouth of the Mobile River on Thursday. Low tide
I'm trying to get this information out to as many people as possible, y'all. So if you're watching right now and you haven't already, if you could please hit that follow button, or sorry, hit that share button and share this to as many people as possible.
High tide at 6:21 p.m.
It is so important that we get these alerts and messages out to as many people as possible in Florida.
Tide at 4:13 p.m. At Pensacola Bay on Friday. Low tide at 4:03 a.m. High tide at 5:03 p.m. At the East
See if I
Pass
can't
in
fix
Destin
the
on
stream
Thursday.
title.
Low tide at 2:56 a.m. High tide at 3:40 p.m. At the East Pass in Destin on Friday. Low tide at 3:29 a.m. High tide at 4:30 p.m. The following marine observations were made as of 3 p.m. Mobile Bay Coast.
There we go.
Station. Winds were southeast at 6 knots. 4 degrees. Air temperature 69 degrees. Weeks Bay. Air temperature 66 degrees. Pensacola Bay. Southeast winds at 2 knots. Air temperature was 67 degrees. The report from the east end of Dauphin Island was not available. Graham Bay, northeast winds at 4 knots.
And we're going to save that.
Air temperature was 69 degrees. And Petty Boy Island, east winds at 9 knots. Air temperature was 71 degrees.
Alright, now the stream has been updated, which is good.
Winds were west at 14 knots. Air temperature was 72 degrees. Gulf water temperature 73 degrees. Wave height 4 feet with a period of 6 seconds.
Again, I'm not trying to do this for clout. I am legitimately only doing this because I really want to get this information out as many people as possible. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag and 70-mile-per-hour winds. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, Gulf County, Eastern Bay County, Calhoun County, Western Liberty County, Southeastern Washington County, and Northwestern Franklin County, all in the Panhandle and the Big Bend of Florida. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles southeast of Vernon to near Towndale Air Force Base, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. A wind gust of 76 miles per hour was measured in Panama City area. Hazard 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Source radar indicated. Impact, expect a considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. And there is all the locations impacted. You can read them out on screen.
Marine warning has been issued until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South.
I do apologize that my radar screen is lagging behind a little bit. There's a lot going on. Things are a little slow right now. Yeah, my camera's up to date, but the rest of it is kind of slow.
Central Daylight Time Monday for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. Here's your National Weather Service forecast. Rest of today, showers and thunderstorms likely. Highs in the upper 70s. South winds around 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour.
I think my internet is slowly going out too.
70%. Tonight, mostly cloudy.
Unfortunately.
Showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. Lows in the mid-60s.
I don't know why this title is an update.
10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Becoming southwest after midnight. Chance of rain 40%. Friday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 80s. West winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday night, mostly clear in the evening, then becoming
An update initially.
p.m. Central Daylight Time.
The YouTube app is being slow for whatever reason. Let's double check. This is still an observed tornado warning for the next 26 minutes. And this is a particularly dangerous situation still, y'all. Damaging tornado. And it is radar confirmed, so still, you should be in your safe spots if you're in that area.
Until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a wake low wind event is getting underway and will result in strong east-southeast winds for the next few hours. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged and briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include
I'm a little upset that it's not updating my stuff on stream. I will be right back, y'all. Give me like 3 minutes.
Move to safe harbor immediately as gusty winds and high waves are expected. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile Bay, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and Pensacola Bay area, including Santa Rosa Sound. This is a special weather statement for the following areas in Alabama. Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Mobile Central and Mobile Coastal, in the following areas: in Florida, Escambia Coastal, Okaloosa Coastal and Santa Rosa Coastal. Strong winds to impact coastal areas through early evening. A wake low has developed behind the departing line of storms this afternoon. East-southeast winds are increasing and will become strong and gusty through the rest of this afternoon into early evening before gradually diminishing from west to east later this evening. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour will be possible for a few hours, and this could result in any loose objects being blown around and potentially some localized power outages. Please use caution if traveling or spending time outdoors for the remainder of this afternoon through early evening. Please pass along any reports of high winds or wind damage to the National Weather Service in Mobile, Alabama. There is a high risk of rip currents for the following areas: in Alabama, Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal, in the following areas: in Florida, Escambia Coastal, Okaloosa Coastal and Santa Rosa Coastal. High rip current risk now in effect through late Sunday night. What? Dangerous rip currents expected. Where? In Alabama, Mobile Coastal and Baldwin Coastal counties. In Florida, Escambia Coastal.
I don't know why YouTube is refusing to update my stream title.
When? Through late Sunday night. Impacts. Rip currents can sweep even the best swimmers away from shore into deeper water. Swim near a lifeguard. If caught in a rip current, relax and float.
I will be fixing that in 1 second, y'all. I know they just reissued the tornado warning.
If unable to escape, face the shore and call or wave for help.
Oh, wait, you know what I can do?
Here's your marine forecast.
I don't know why I'm so stupid. I didn't even think about this.
A moderate southeasterly flow will become more southerly today, and then southwesterly late tonight as a storm system sweeps through the area.
Alright, let's go ahead and read this new warning. Oh, whoop, I need to click off of this, actually.
Water spouts, and frequent lightning possible. Additionally, a brief increase...
Tornado warning remains in effect until 4:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for South Central Gadsden County. At 4:21 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located near Greensboro, or 10 miles southwest of Quincy, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Hazard: damaging tornado. Source: radar confirmed tornado. This tornadic thunderstorm will be near Greensboro around 4:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So they dropped the PDS warning on it, but we still have this.
Thunderstorms likely. Showers likely.
A confirmed tornado on the ground in Florida, as well as this other one over Panama City too. This expires in 22 minutes, but we have 2 observed tornado warnings in Florida.
1 foot or less. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. For Friday, west winds around 5 knots, becoming southwest
Here we go.
in the afternoon.
Now I can actually fix this.
And for Friday night, south winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. On South Mobile Bay. For rest of today, south winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. Showers and thunderstorms. For tonight, south winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots, becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Waves around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening.
I'm glad I was finally able to fix that.
West winds 5 to 10 knots, becoming southwest in the afternoon.
It's just important that I have an accurate title on my stream.
Southwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves 1 foot or less.
Alright, let's go ahead and look at these storms better on velocity. We're actually right near a radar site here, so let's go to KTLH radar site in Tallahassee, and let's go ahead and look at this on velocity. Not really seeing it, but I'm going to give it a second to load the scans here. In the meantime, I got to fix something on the other computer.
A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. For Friday, west.
Okay, yes, there is definitely rotation on that storm. Or at least there was. You can tell there was, but they just dropped the tornado warning. So, they just dropped this tornado warning up near Quincy. There was a PDS warning before when it was down here. You all can't see that. So there was just a tornado warning in Quincy. They dropped that before. There was also a PDS right here. But they have dropped that as well. And I believe at this point there is only one tornado warning still in effect, which is in Panama City. This expires in 19 minutes. And it's still in effect. A confirmed tornado is located near Windhaven, 15 miles, or moving east at 15 miles per hour. Hazard damaging tornado and source is radar confirmed. And they said this would be near Springfield around 3:15, but it's already almost 3:30 at this point. So this tornado warning might expire. They might reissue it. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't had a chance to look at velocity over there, because I'm trying to do a lot of things at once here. But they did just drop that tornado warning over near Quincy, thankfully, because obviously we don't want tornadoes. As much as I love storms, I don't want people to be hurt by tornadoes. We already had one man struck by lightning in Florida today. Unfortunately, I don't know their condition. I just saw their report for it. And we have okay, they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning where the tornado warning was, so I have a feeling they don't plan on reissuing this tornado warning as of now. But this new severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag, as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds. So a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Bay County. At 3:26 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from 12 miles southeast of Vernon to near Mexico Beach, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard is 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Source is radar indicated. And the locations impacted can be seen here on screen, highlighted. You can take a look at those if you need to. Pause if you need to. It is just a lot to list off, and a lot of names I'm probably going to end up struggling with, so I'm not even going to try, admittedly. Now, let me actually switch radar sites here. We're going to switch to KEVX. That's a little closer to where I'm trying to look here. I want to look at this on velocity. Admittedly, I'm not seeing much in the way of tornadoes, at least on the velocity scan. There definitely is a wind threat, though. I mean, you can see that, you can see the front moving through there. I'll show it to you. I'll draw here. You can see it right there pushing this way. And that's probably around where that 75-mile-an-hour wind gust was reported. So there was a 76-mile-an-hour wind gust reported. I don't know if I can still read that. I don't know if it's still on here. Somewhere I saw that there was a 76. Here you go. A wind gust of 76 miles per hour was measured in the Panama City area. So you can see those winds pushing through the area, and they have these severe thunderstorm at 70 miles per hour. And again, we still have this confirmed tornado warning in effect for at least the next 16 minutes. I'd imagine the only reason they're not having it expire, or they're not canceling it, is because of those intense winds pushing through the area. And in fact, they said it on the scanner not that long ago that they're expecting these winds to continue for the next few hours. And again, they did have a PDS tornado warning in this area here. Not that long ago, there was a PDS tornado warning. It just expired around the time that I updated my stream title to say that there was confirmed tornadoes. But yeah, so we did have that, and it was issued by the Tallahassee National Weather Service office. We did have these damage reports. This was from almost an hour ago now, that there was trees down on Highway 71 in Scotts Ferry. and I believe the report has disappeared by now, but it was near Panama City that I saw a report of a man struck by lightning, unfortunately. So that was unfortunate.
Temperature 76 degrees. Wave height 4 feet.
We also have a pretty violent-looking, or when it comes to hail, violent-looking storm over here to the north of Live Oak and the east of, what is that, Valdosta? Valdosta? I don't know how to pronounce that, unfortunately. You can see there was almost 3.5-inch hail core reported on that, but now we're looking at more around 1.5 inch, 1.25-inch hail. Still damaging hail nonetheless. 60-mile-an-hour winds. And there still is that mesoscale discussion in effect for that area. Oh, here we go. A new tornado warning in effect. New tornado warning. This is going to be radar indicated. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for north central Gulf County, the Panhandle of Florida, southeastern Calhoun County in the Panhandle of Florida until 4:15 Central Daylight Time. At 3:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Stone Mill Creek, or 20 miles east of Callaway, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Hazard is tornado. Source is radar indicated rotation. They say this dangerous storm will be near Bluntstown near 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by the tornadic thunderstorm include Marysville, Scotts Ferries, Kenny's Mill. So we do have one observed tornado warning and one radar indicated. So we are actually going to update the stream title again, so that way it's not clickbait. I don't know why my stream is crashing. I apologize. My internet is not doing the greatest today. I do apologize for that, y'all.
Rainfall in the last hour was 0.01 inches. Greenbelt, skies were partly sunny. The temperature was 63 degrees, and the dew point was 63, making relative humidity 100%. Cloud pressure was 29.78 inches and falling.
Switching radar sites here real quick. Stand by. Oh, and the stream is crashing again.
Advisory has been issued until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following counties: Walton, Florida. This is no weather radio from the Mobile, Pensacola.
Checking something on Discord real quick, guys. Give me a second.
3:33 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Central Daylight Time. The severe thunderstorm warning for South Central Walton County is canceled. The storm which prompted the warning has moved out of the warned area. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the Panhandle of Florida. This is a special weather statement for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Mobile Central, and Mobile Coastal. In the following areas
Again, y'all give me 1 second. I'm just checking something real quick. I will update us on things in 1 second. I'm a one-man show here, so one-person show. Oh, well, now I am going to look because they just reissued or continued this tornado warning, and it has gone observed. So we have a new observed tornado warning in Florida. A tornado warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for North Central Gulf and southeastern Calhoun counties in the Panhandle of Florida. At 3:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located near Stone Mill Creek, or 18 miles southwest of Blountstown, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. Hazard is a damaging tornado. Source is radar confirmed tornado. This tornado will be near Blountstown around 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Marysville, Scotts Ferry, Kenny's Mill, Abe Springs, Sharptown, Hugh Creek, Chipola Park, and Eastlefangula. Don't know how to pronounce that. I probably butchered it. Let's go ahead and look at this storm on velocity. Yeah, wow, look at the just absolute strong winds. Realize, y'all, this is only 7 frames we are looking at. And within 7 frames, so we started over here. Within 7 radar scans, the storm has moved almost 10 miles within 7 radar scans. That is absolutely insane how fast these storms are moving. Again, on radar, we have these storms moving at ridiculous speeds. Now, this is only moving at 25 miles an hour, but we have wind gusts reported in this area of almost getting up to 80 miles an hour. 76 mile an hour recorded winds near Panama City as of close to a half hour ago now. So it's not surprising hearing all this stuff. I mean, it's not that it's not surprising, but it's just, it makes sense when you look at radar and you know how to look at things like this. Yeah, you are seeing these really intense winds just push through this area. Let's go ahead and look at this severe thunderstorm warning here. There you go. 70 mile per hour winds on this storm. Look at that. 70 mile an hour winds. A 76 mile an hour wind gust was measured in the Panama City area. So there is very, very strong winds in this area. Not to mention these now dual observed tornadoes. Now this one over Panama City is about to expire in 6 minutes. We will have to see if they continue it. But this one here, near Blountstown, Bristol, Highway 71, and right over Scotts Ferry and Abe Spring. That is the storm that we really want to keep an eye on here. So we do have that observed tornado warning. Let's hope this doesn't go PDS. I have a bit of a feeling it will. Oh, we have a damage report. Is that a new one or is that the old one? No, that is still the old one from almost an hour ago now. That should disappear for the next 2 minutes. So we know what's going on here with these 2 warnings here now. Let's go ahead and take a look everywhere else in the state and make sure everything is still looking good. So we still have these storms near Jacksonville, which it looks like at one point almost got near 4-inch hail. Yeah, 3.2-inch hail at one point. That is a bit much for such highly populated area. Hoping it wasn't too bad of hail damage. Look at the size of this storm, though. It is just a massive storm pushing through the area. And that tornado warning over Panama City has officially expired. Now we just have this tornado warning here. This observed tornado, which will expire in almost 40 minutes, 34 minutes. We're getting some pretty decently high DBZs in this as well. If we take a look at this real quick, look at that 50 DBZ. It's not like unheard of, but it is up there, to say the least. Let's look down here too. It looks like we have some really high, yeah, 52. Yesterday was some of the highest I've ever seen, personally, with in the 70s. That was nutty. I do apologize about this line is currently in these storms, so it might be a little fuzzy. And I do apologize about that. Let's zoom out a bunch here, and let's just play this radar. Something I didn't notice until just now is it appears they might have issued a no mesoscale discussion. So let's go ahead really quickly while we're watching these tornadoes. Let's go ahead and open up. Oh, I apologize, y'all. The stream is crashing there for a second. Weather models here, and in particular I want to look at the new mesoscale discussion if we can. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and open up the meso discussion.
Southeast winds are increasing and will become strong and gusty through the rest of this afternoon into early evening before gradually diminishing from west to east later this evening. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour will be possible for a few hours, and this could result in
I think I just lost the stream. Stay with me, stream. Oh, there's actually a new severe thunderstorm warning near Jacksonville. Let's go. I'm going to read that really quickly. I'm waiting for this to load. 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So the hail is definitely decreased a lot. Like, the size of the hail has decreased a lot in Jacksonville, which is good. I don't know why on here I'm not seeing the same mesoscale discussion I'm seeing on here. I don't know. Maybe the one on 𝕤𝕤𝕚𝕓𝕖 is outdated. I doubt it's the contrary. I do want to look at the convection outlooks real quick while we're here. So this is the day 1. This is for today.
Near steady temperatures in the mid-70s.
Now let's look at tomorrow, see if it's updated anymore. Last time I checked, there was an enhanced risk in Texas, which there still is.
Tonight, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms. A chance of showers.
And there's still that 30% chance hatched risk of significant hail toward that part of Texas and Waco and Dallas, Austin, Fort Worth, Arlington.
Friday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then becoming.
And again, I have a risk of thunderstorms that day too over here in New Jersey.
West winds 5 to 10 miles per hour.
Day 3 just has a marginal risk for parts of Florida, Alabama, Louisiana. So those are all things to keep an eye on for the next coming days here. Alright, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning around this tornado. It has a tornado possible tag. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for southeastern Jackson, Gulf, and Calhoun counties in the Panhandle of Florida, western Liberty, and northwestern Franklin counties in Big Bend of Florida. At 4:46 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms, plural, were located along a line extending from 7 miles south of Marana to 10 miles northeast of Port St. Joe, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Source radar indicated. Locations impacted include all of these here. We still have that observed tornado warning for the next half hour. That is still a damaging tornado.
Strong winds to impact coastal and will become strong and gusty through the rest of this afternoon. And the wind also diminishing from west to east later this evening 2 hours. Passed along any reports of high winds in Mobile, Alabama. The following weather noteworthy.
Apologize for being silent here for a second. I'm just trying to gather information. Alright, that tornado warning was just canceled. For just south of Bluntstown, Bristol. That tornado warning was just canceled. And they replaced it with that severe thunderstorm warning. This storm is just massive. I mean, watch as we zoom out. That is only one radar image too. Let me show you. Where my radar is at. Come on. Oh, I turned it off. That's why. I couldn't see anything. Let's check out this radar. Look at that. Most of Florida is just in a storm right now. And these storms are starting to push out into South Carolina now too. So if you were in South Carolina, especially in southern South Carolina, southwestern, I would say be prepared for some storms with damaging winds and hail to start pushing into your area. Look at that, you can see the storms pushing directly over. So you can see the storms are kind of like here now. They're pushing through Georgia at the moment. Oh, we have a new or extended, I can't tell. Might be new, severe thunderstorm warning. Yep, new severe thunderstorm warning. This is a big one too, big boy. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Jackson County, east central Gulf County, northeastern Calhoun County, Wakulla County, Gadsden County, Liberty County, southwestern Leon County, and Franklin County in the Big Bend of Florida and the Panhandle of Florida. Did not mean to X that out. At 4:51 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 11 miles north of Bluntstown to 8 miles north of Appalachia, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Hazard 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Source radar indicated. And there is the locations impacted, including Tallahassee.
Waves around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. For Friday, west winds around 5 knots, becoming southwest in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less.
We're going to switch back to this radar here.
Friday night,
the Tallahassee radar.
Waves 1 foot or less.
And we're actually going to close velocity for now.
For rest of today, south winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. Showers and thunderstorms.
Alright, y'all. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back.
South winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots. Becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Waves around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. For Friday, west winds 5 to 10 knots, becoming southwest in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less. And for Friday night, southwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. On the Mississippi Sound. For rest of today, south winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. Waves around 2 feet. Thunderstorms likely. Showers likely. For tonight, south winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Waves around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. For Friday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves around 2 feet. And for Friday night, south winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less. On the Gordito Bay Area, severe thunderstorm watch 173 in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon. For rest of today, south winds 10 to 15 knots, increasing to 15 to 20 knots late. Waves 1 foot or less. Showers and thunderstorms. For tonight, south winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots, becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Waves 1 foot or less. A slight chance of thunderstorms. A chance of showers, mainly in the evening. For Friday, west winds around 5 knots, becoming southwest in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less. And for Friday night, south winds around 5 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. Severe thunderstorm watch 173 in effect until 2 p.m. Central Daylight Time this afternoon. For rest of today, south winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, increasing to 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 30 knots late. Seas 2 to 4 feet. Dominant waves period 4 seconds. Showers and thunderstorms. For tonight, south winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 30 knots, becoming southwest 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots after midnight. Seas 3 to 5 feet. Dominant wave period 6 seconds. A slight chance of thunderstorms. A chance of showers, mainly in the evening. For Friday, southwest winds around 10 knots. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Dominant wave period 6 seconds. Thunderstorms. For tonight, south winds 15 to 20 knots, becoming southwest 10 to 15 knots after midnight. Gusts up to 30 knots. Seas 4 to 5 feet. Dominant wave period 6 seconds. A slight chance of thunderstorms. A A chance of showers, mainly in the evening. For Friday, west winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, diminishing to 5 to 10 knots in the afternoon. Seas 3 to 4 feet. Dominant wave period 6 seconds. A slight chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning. And for Friday night, southwest winds 5 to 10 knots. Seas around 3 feet. Dominant wave period 6 seconds. After midnight. Travel information. At the mouth of the Mobile River on Thursday, low tide at 5:20 a.m. High tide at 5:38 p.m. At the mouth of the Mobile River on Friday, low tide at 6:02 a.m.
I apologize, y'all. OBS is crashing, so give me a second. I don't even know if y'all can hear this, but yeah, my OBS is crashing, so I do apologize.
At Pensacola Bay on Friday, low tide at 4:03 a.m. High tide at 5:03 p.m. At the East Pass in Destin on Thursday, low tide at 2:56 a.m. High tide at 3:40 p.m. At the East Pass in Destin on Friday, low tide at 3:29 a.m. High tide at 4:30 p.m. The following marine observations were made as of 3 p.m. Mobile Bay Coast Guard Station. Winds were southeast at 6 knots. 10 degrees.
It's actually a mixture of my internet and OBS at the same time that are having issues right now. So again, stand by. I closed a tab. I'm hoping that helps a little bit.
76 degrees. Wave height 4 feet. Wave period 6 seconds. The following weather reports were made at 3 p.m. Mobile region.
If you want to help support my internet and help me get better stuff, there is a donation link in the description. Cashapp is the best way to help support me. I do not get any revenue or ad revenue from YouTube. So if you do want to help support me, again, there is a Cashapp link in the description. Any donations are appreciated. I'm working on getting new internet equipment. I just don't have all the funds at the moment. And as anyone knows, good networking is not cheap. And decent really isn't either. So they just extended this severe thunderstorm warning for St. John and Putnam County. 60-mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. So if you're in that area, be careful for that. Be vigilant. I can't speak right now. I'm sorry. But, you know, donations aren't required. I do want to make that clear. Like, I'm not, like, asking for donations. I'm just letting you know if you did want to donate and help support my internet and other parts of my setup, including me being able to pay bills. The link is in the description. And occasionally, we'll be in chat, too. If Nightbot ever posts it. And Cashapp is the best way. PayPal works too, though, but Cashapp is the best way. Alright, you know, I will be back in like 5 minutes. I need to go do something. But after those 5 minutes, I will be right back. I just need to go take out some trash and recycling. still got things to do in my life. So while there's no tornado warnings, I'm gonna take advantage of that and go do these things real quick, and then I'll be back.
And suddenly higher waves. Locations impacted include Kitzel Island, Big Lagoon, Farewell Buoy, Mississippi Sound east of Pascagoula, Battleship Park, Point Clear, Pensacola Bay, Weeks Bay, Gulf Shores Beach and Dolphin Island Bridge. Move to safe harbor immediately as gusty winds and high waves are expected. Repeating, a special marine warning has been issued until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay, South Mobile, Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Tornado Bay Area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, extending from 20 nautical miles to 60 nautical miles, and Pensacola Bay Area, including Santa Rosa, is a special weather statement for the following areas: Baldwin Coastal, Mobile Central, and Mobile Coastal, in the following areas: in Florida, strong winds to impact coastal areas through early evening. Away north at 50 degrees departing with the storms this afternoon. Winds are increasing and will become strong and gusty through the rest of this afternoon into early evening before gradually diminishing from west to east later this evening. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour will be possible for a few hours, and this is the service forecast. Potentially some localized power storms likely. Near steady temperatures will extend outdoors for the remainder of this afternoon through early evening. Please pass along any reports of sudden changes in the tonight. Mostly cloudy with a slight chance of Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal. South winds 10 to 15 miles per hour, forces up to 25 miles per hour. Coastal. Silent current list now in effect through late Sunday night. West, dangerous rip currents expected. Where? In Alabama, Mobile Coastal and Baldwin Coastal counties. In Florida, Escambia Coastal, Florida Coastal and Bocalusa Coastal counties. When? Through late Sunday night. In Texas, with currents considerably west miles away from the port and the coast. The currents will near a light zone. Central Daylight Time will in place. Following weather reports were made at 3 p.m. And average coastal line 60 degrees to 100 southwest 64, soaring from a northerly humidity 87%. Local at 1,009 miles on the weather map. Tomorrow, southeast of the show will become more southerly today, and then southwest winds. Winds also from the highway verified 0 when prediction of the storms to be strong to severe and possible. Winds may be possible in the wake of storms late this afternoon and into the early evening hours. Winds will increase for Friday. Onshore to the north in the last hour were 0.0 on beaches. Along with the winds across the local currents, there was wind but not rain. Temperature was increasing degrees. Winds knocking 50 miles an hour. Montgomery, cloudy. Temperature was 59 degrees. Wind very light 6 miles an hour. Troy, rain and fog. Temperature was 68 degrees. Wind southward 19 miles an hour. West thunderstorm gusts. Temperature was 65 degrees after midnight. Miles an hour. Elsewhere, mornings were full light out at 72. Showers will begin to thunderstorms in the evening. Sunlight. Winds around 5 knots. Becoming southwest in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less. A thunderstorm intensity. And your watches can a thunderstorm intensity test and foot distance. Here's the National Weather forecast. West of today, showers and thunderstorms likely. Near steady temperature in the mid-40s. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms. A chance of showers and some rain on the evening. Lows in the mid-60s. Southwest 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. 5 to 10 knots. Chance of rain to southwest in the afternoon. Winds 1 foot or less. Mostly sunny. Southwest in the lower to 10 knots. Winds 1 foot miles per hour. Friday night, mostly clear or weather. Southwinds 10 to 15 knots. Northwest 10 to 20 knots. Waves around 2 feet. Thunderstorms likely. Showers likely. Current time is 4:07 p.m. Central wind up to 20 knots. Becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Waves around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less. A chance of showers with thunderstorms in the evening. The wind will southeast 5 to 10 knots. Waves around. The pressure was 29.60 minutes off. Waves around 2 feet on the 0.1 inches. Greenbelt. The temperature was 61 degrees, and the dew point was 63, making the relative humidity 100%. The wind was southeast-southeast 10 to 9. The pressure was 29.78 inches and rainfall in the last hour was 0.01 inches. Across the local area, average rain about 25 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. A slight chance of thunderstorms. A chance of showers, mainly in the evening. For Friday, west winds around 5 knots, becoming southwest in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less. And for Friday night, a view of thunderstorms. Waves winds were 65 degrees. Winds at 10 miles an hour. Elsewhere, mostly cloudy in the central daylight time is cloudy and mostly rain. South winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots. Increase of thunderstorms and
Okay, y'all, I am back. I apologize for that wait. I was doing some trash and stuff, taking advantage of the fact that there was no active tornado warnings. I would imagine that once these... Okay, let me get my face cam back up. Once these severe thunderstorm warnings near Panama City and Tallahassee, once these guys expire, there's a good chance I'm going to end the live stream as long as they don't continue to the north or east, just because, you know, I still want to do other things with my day. I've already been live for almost 5 hours, so that's a healthy live stream. I did most of the coverage today. I'm happy with the coverage we did. And obviously my computer isn't happy considering how often it is crashing right now. So I'm going to turn back off my face cam for a little bit here so I can eat something.
The current time is 4:09 p.m. Central Daylight Time is 4 seconds. Here's your National Weather Service forecast. The rest of today, showers and thunderstorms likely. Near steady temperature in the mid-70s. South winds 5 to 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour.
Yeah, so these both still have tornado possible tags.
A slight chance of thunderstorms. A chance of showers, mainly in the evening. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%.
What about this one up here? I'm curious.
In the morning, then becoming
60-mile-an-hour winds.
Highs in the lower 80s. West winds 5 to 10 miles per hour.
I'd say things are ramping down quite a bit.
Lows in the upper 50s. Northwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 4:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
But if anyone has any questions they want to ask in chat, feel free to ask them. I'll do my best to answer.
Showers and thunderstorms likely. Near steady temperature in the mid-70s. South winds 5 to 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms. cloudy in the morning, then becoming mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 80s. West wind 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday night, mostly clear. Lows in the upper 50s. Northwest wind 5 to 10 miles per hour. This is no weather radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 4:12 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is the National Weather Service forecast. West of today, showers and thunderstorms picking up near steady temperature in the mid-70s. South winds 5 to 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms. A chance of showers, mainly in the evening. Winds in the mid-60s. South winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts.
Something I've been noticing about this storm is look at the broad rotation of it. What I mean is watch right there. And watch how broad the rotation is of that cell. In fact, I'll do you one better. We'll view this in 14 frames.
The current time is 4:13 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's your National Weather Service forecast.
And watch right here. Watch the broad rotation of that storm rotating counterclockwise. I think it's really interesting to watch on radar.
Up to 20 miles per hour. Chance of rain 70%. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms. A chance of showers, mainly in the
And in case you can't see it,
lows in the mid-60s. South winds 10 to 15 miles per hour with gusts up to 25 miles per hour.
it's kind of like
Friday, mostly cloudy in the morning.
this.
Mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 80s. West wind 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday night.
See if you can see it a little better now. I think it's really interesting how it's rotating like that. I know that's just a common trait of thunderstorms and supercells. Most do rotate, but you can very clearly see it on this radar image. And it looks very interesting.
4:14 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is a special
Just something I wanted to point out while we're just sitting here.
Alabama, Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Mobile Central, and Mobile Coastal, and the following
A little congested. All the pollen out there is killing me. I keep stepping away because I got to make sure these landscapers that are doing our apartment complex don't fertilize my herbs or pesticide my herbs, because obviously I can't eat them if they spray them with pesticides or herbicides or whatever. So I'm just going to keep an eye out. In fact, I got to double check real quick. Just looking at the outlooks here.
A chance of thunderstorm showers,
Oh wow, I didn't even realize this. Look at this. Look at this storm here. Alright, this is going to be the new storm we're going to be watching here, y'all. This is just to the south of St. Augustine Beach, to the north of Palm Coast. This storm has a major hail core on it. We're going to drop this back down to 7 frames here. Watch those very light blues in there. And in fact, I'm going to pause this for a second. Look at the DBZ. 60, look at that, 70 DBZ right there. 72. That has some major hail in that storm. Absolutely major hail. I'm gonna go ahead and circle this here. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for northwestern Flagler and southeastern St. Johns counties. At 5:18 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Hastings, moving east at 15 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for St. John's and far northern Flagler counties. Baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Golf ball-sized hail has been observed. And I just lost the stream. I apologize about that, I lost the stream. But you can see baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour gusts, and there has been observed golf ball-sized hail. Locations impacted include St. Augustine Beach, Marineland, Crescent Beach, St. Augustine Shores, Butler Beach, Spuds, and DuPont Center. Oh god, DuPont. Look at that, we had a 4-inch radar-indicated hail core. That is absolutely nutty. I'm gonna see if I can't open up a new tab without crashing the stream.
Here's your National Weather Service forecast. West of today, showers and thunderstorms likely. Highs in the upper 70s. South winds around 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour.
This is a little nutty, y'all.
Tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms in the evening. Lows in the mid-60s. South winds around 10 miles per hour with gusts up to 20 miles per hour. Becoming southwest after midnight. Chance of rain 40%. Friday, mostly sunny. Highs in the lower 80s. West winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday night, mostly clear in the evening, then becoming partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 60s. Southwest winds 5 to 10 miles per hour. This is NOAA Weather Radio from the Mobile, Pensacola National Weather Service. The current time is 4:21 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Mobile has issued a special marine
Get to the control room. For almost 5 hours, y'all. Almost 5 hours. There you go. They just updated it again. Radar indicated over 4-inch hail core on this storm. Massive hail in this area.
Mississippi from 20 to 60 nautical miles until 4:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a wake low wind event is getting underway and will result in strong east-southeast winds for the next few hours. Hazard, wind gusts 34 knots or greater. Source, radar. Impact, small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds and suddenly higher waves.
There we go. Just wanted to update that.
Island, Big Lagoon, Farewell Buoy, Mississippi submarine warning has been issued.
Absolutely nutty how
time for the following marine locations: North Mobile Bay,
how much
South
hail is
Mobile
being
Bay,
reported with this.
Mississippi Sound, Alabama, Perdido Bay area, coastal waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula, Mississippi, out 20 nautical miles. Waters from Pensacola, Florida to Pascagoula,
I
Mississippi.
think my stream is
extending
lagging
from 20
behind a little
nautical
bit
miles
again.
to 60 nautical miles, and Pensacola Bay area, including Santa Rosa Sound. This is a special weather statement for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Central, Baldwin Coastal, Mobile Central and Mobile Coastal, and the following areas in Florida: Escambia Coastal.
Oh, we have a new tornado warning, y'all.
Rosa Coastal.
I hope my stream catches back up because we have a tornado warning.
Early evening. A wake low has developed behind the departing line of storms this afternoon. East-southeast winds are increasing and will become strong and gusty through the rest of this afternoon into early evening.
Hold on, give me a sec.
Gradually diminishing from west to east later this evening. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour will be possible for a few hours, and this could result in any loose objects being blown around and potentially some localized power outages. Please use caution if traveling or spending time outdoors for the remainder of this afternoon through early evening. Please pass along any reports of high winds or wind damage to the National Weather Service in Mobile, Alabama. There is a high risk of rip currents for the following areas in Alabama: Baldwin Coastal and Mobile Coastal, and the following areas in Florida: Escambia Coastal, Okaloosa Coastal, and Santa Rosa Coastal. High rip current risk now in effect through late Sunday night. What? Dangerous rip currents expected. Where? In Alabama, Mobile Coastal and Baldwin Coastal counties. In Florida, Escambia Coastal, Santa Rosa Coastal, and Okaloosa Coastal counties. When? Through late Sunday night. Impacts. Rip currents can sweep even the best swimmers away from shore into deeper water. Swim near a lifeguard. If caught in a rip current, relax and float. Don't swim against the current. If able, swim in a direction following the shoreline. If unable to escape, face the shore and call or wave for help. Here's your marine forecast. On the weather map, moderate to strong onshore winds will diminish later this evening as a storm complex moves further away from the region. A light onshore flow is expected Friday into Friday night as a cold front stalls across the northern Gulf Coast. Onshore flow will then increase to moderate to occasionally strong on Saturday, along with building seas, as the next storm system sweeps through the area. Strong westerly winds during the first half of Sunday will diminish to a light to moderate, mainly northwesterly flow Sunday night and Monday. On North Mobile Bay. For tonight, south winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Waves around 2 feet this evening, then 1 foot or less. A chance of showers and thunderstorms, mainly this evening. For Friday, west winds around 5 knots, becoming southwest in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less. For Friday night, south winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. And for Saturday, southeast winds around 5 knots, becoming south 10 to 15 knots in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less. Showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms on South Mobile Bay. For tonight, south winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 25 knots, becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Waves 1 foot or less. A chance of thunderstorms showers on the Mississippi Sound. For tonight, south winds 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots, becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots after midnight. Waves around 2 feet this evening, then 1 foot or less. A chance of showers and thunderstorms, mainly this evening. For Friday, west winds 5 to 10 knots. Wave 2 feet. For Friday night, south winds 5 to 10 knots. Waves around 2 feet in the evening, then 1 foot or less. And for Saturday, east winds 5 to 10 knots, becoming south in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less, then around 2 feet in the afternoon. Showers likely with a chance of thunderstorms on the Perdido Bay area. Small craft should exercise caution this evening. For tonight, south winds 15 to 20 knots with gusts up to 25 knots, diminishing to 10 to 15 knots with gusts up to 20 knots late this evening and early morning, then becoming southwest 5 to 10 knots late. Waves 1 foot or less. A chance of showers and thunderstorms, mainly this evening. For Friday, west winds around 5 knots, becoming southwest in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less. For Friday night, south winds around 5 knots. Waves 1 foot or less. And for Saturday, southeast winds 5 to 10 knots, becoming south in the afternoon. Waves 1 foot or less. A chance of thunderstorm showers. From Pensacola to Pascagoula and out 20 nautical miles. Small craft exercise caution.
Minutes here to set that back up, so please stand by. In fact, we're going to put it on. Be right back. Stand by, y'all. I'm trying to get things fixed. Stand by. Okay, I think we are mostly back. After all of that. Mostly, mind you. I can't say for sure, but I think we're mostly back. I have to get the scanner back up. But besides that, like I said, I think we're mostly back. I honestly don't even remember what scanner I was on. Mobile area KEC 61, okay. Hopefully the scanner opens up. I wonder if the scanner is what caused it to crash, honestly. If so, we're probably going to end the stream. Just because I need some kind of background sound, so when I'm not talking, there's something. And it doesn't want to open. That's great. We'll see if we can get this to work. If we can't, then the stream will be ended, folks. So let's hope for the best. Granted, we have been live for nearly 5 hours. I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to try running it as an administrator. Come on, launch for me. Alright, it doesn't want to launch, y'all. I do apologize that we're going to have to cut the stream short. Before we do, I just want to give an update on a few things. So, we still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have that one down here near St. Augustine. It is smaller now, but it still has a tornado possible tag on it. More or less a water spout threat at this point, since it's going over the water. We have a severe thunderstorm warning up here. That is not what I meant to click on. Near Brunswick, sorry. For 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is for northern Glenn County in southeastern Georgia. And then, of course, we still have this one over here with a tornado possible tag. And really, this whole line right here is just a bit absurd. As you can see, we have this massive special marine warning. I mean, look how many places this is. That's a lot. But anyway, y'all, both my computers, because it's actually running on 2 different computers, are running very slow right now. None of them want to really work fully. So because of that, we are unfortunately going to have to end this stream. Programs don't want to launch. And I guess after 5 to 6 hours of streaming, the computers decided to kick the bucket. Because even an hour prior to streaming, I've had all these programs running, just getting things set up. So it's really been like 6 hours of wear and tear on this machine. On both of these machines. So, I do apologize that we have to end off the stream. I will continue to post on Twitter anytime there is a... You know what? I am not ending the stream because we just had a new tornado warning pop up. So, no, we are not ending the stream. I will just keep talking. So, there is a tornado warning that was just issued in Florida. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a tornado warning for Gadsden County and Big Bend Big Bend of Florida until 6:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Greensboro, or 10 miles southwest of Quincy, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard is tornado. Source is radar indicated rotation. This dangerous storm will be near Quincy around 6:10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and Midway around 6:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Fremont, Lake Talquin, Lippman, Juniper, Douglas City, Darcy, Mount Pleasant, Florence, Concord, and Scotland. Scotland! Sorry, I had to do it. Obviously, if you are in that tornado warning, you should be taking it seriously. If you were in that polygon, take shelter now. It is imminent to your safety. And yeah, looking at that on radar, on velocity there, I am not surprised they issued that. That is massive. Yeah, it turns out the scanner is what's been causing all of this lag, apparently. I'll just have to come up with some background music for the stream. Alright, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, less than 3/4 inch hail, and 60-mile-per-hour wind. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Waluka County, eastern Gadsden County, Leon County, and northeastern Franklin County in the Big Bend of Florida until 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 7:45 p.m. Eastern, at 5:47 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 10 miles north of Quincy to 6 miles east of Carabel, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour winds. Source is radar indicated. And there is all of the locations impacted. You can read them on your own. You can pause the stream if you need to. Wow. I mean, when you just look at... I need to turn off those tracks. They are annoying. I don't remember where the hell they are. I cannot remember for the life of me where I can turn that off. 1 second, y'all. Sorry, y'all. Give me a second. The landscapers are struggling with their machines, and it's kind of fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie. Just give me 1 second. I just want to make sure they're not gonna hit my yard or some shit. Alright, y'all. I'm sorry, I'm a little distant from the stream right now. I think once this tornado warning expires, I might end off the stream. There we go. Finally turn it off. No, that's not what I wanted. Gosh dang it. There we go. Now I can actually see things on radar. Yeah, wow. Look at that storm, man. It's not surprising that they have that on there. It might go radar observed soon, too. Yeah, I think I've decided I'm going to call it quits once they allow this warning to expire. Or a little before, honestly. I am exhausted. And with the computer not running right, there's just no point in me still streaming. As a matter of fact, y'all, I'm going to end the stream off now. I kind of lost a lot of motivation to keep streaming after the, after that, crash. And, I don't know, I just, yeah, I don't feel like streaming at this point anymore, unfortunately. You can see me again tomorrow when Brandon Kopic should be live again. And I will be in chat all day, making sure all of the warnings are posted. But as of now, that is going to be the end of my stream. I will continue to post things on Twitter as needed. But yeah, for now, I just lost all motivation to keep streaming tonight. So that's it for me. Have a good night, y'all, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out.